you.
But you have to tell me if you can hear me. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't
That's what
just
I
hear
was
you from
asking.
I think it's this. It's the system. I can't just hear you from my ear. It's my Bluetooth. It's okay. It's okay. I'm using the phone speaker. I can hear you. But we're driving, so we can. We've learned to multitask. Yeah? I'm driving, but I can still talk, right? All right, shall we start? No, but my son kicked me out of my house. I had started to, and then my son said, "Go and join your crazies at the local pub." So I came to the pub, and then my friends at the pub were calling me. So one of those things. Anyway, let's start the show. It's November the 10th. Good afternoon, world, and yeah, welcome to Bantu TV podcast. Yeah, we did try to do it in the morning, but actually, if I can explain himself why he couldn't do it in the morning. So it's November the 11th, and we're here to do what we do best on a Sunday afternoon, and this is just talk our hearts out on the many breaking news from the motherland. And my name is Kalinda Shichinda. I'm broadcasting right now from my car here in Indianapolis, Indiana, the Midwest of the USA, people. So, before we start the many exciting topics we have for the day.
Of course. My name is Chanda Chilufia, broadcasting live from Ontario, Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to this beautiful podcast. And of course, we're going to discuss amazing things or discussions or topics that have happened throughout the week. And we hope you guys are tuned in. Of course, we're watching the soccer match. We drew, but it is what it is. I mean, that's what it is. So, and we'll obviously make it up next time. But hey, that's what it was. It's a Sunday, so people don't wake up early in the morning to to be on the podcast. People in the afternoon, that's when they got a little bit of energy, and they're trying to discuss whatever we can discuss. So yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and let's have a beautiful discussion. Over to you, Bakalita.
Like I see it. All right. Our resident PS is here. Also, Mr. Himwani. Mr. Himwani is back this week. We missed him last week. Welcome back. Go ahead with your fufuzalas. We're just starting the show. Before we go to our beloved President PS.
Yeah, our congratulations to the Americans. They decided. It's part of democracy. The weather is what it is wherever we are. We have to live by it. And back home, the law is taking its course on many people that thought they were untouchables. Congratulations to the Zambian judiciary for effecting the justice that people really needed. Amen. Na pepa wacha ndakazi ya pepe niko na imwe tulefa tumone ko na imwe ya kuya mina mkota mule semfu nomba tulemona ko imfu
ndikupia Prince Edward Island. So the young man is playing into one of the high performance academy friendly game. So after that, then I head back to New Brunswick, which is like 3 hours away. So that is what is there. But anyway, thank you very much, colleagues. And it's important that we have this conversation. Today I have a lot of questions. I hope I can get some answers, as usual. Yes.
As usual.
And thank you very much for that. Ukwa Tonse.
It's a correct.
Oh my goodness, Marcus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to hear that and see how our growing democracy is in Zambia. So that is my vuvuzela for this afternoon.
Okay. Good input, everyone. Can you hear me? Because I'm on the road. Can
Yeah,
you
we
hear
can.
me?
Yes, we
We
Okay.
can
can.
hear
Yes,
you.
we can.
All right. Let's start the show anyway. Let's start with Bowman Lusambo. So the Lancashire Magistrate Court finally sentenced him this week to 2 years for causing bodily harm to NDC cadres, among them the late Tonse, and many other cases that are lining up against him. So I guess we'll talk about that later. So, gentlemen, let's get your take on Bowman. I don't even know. Should we continue labeling him as a bulldozer? He can be if he can be found hiding in a rooftop or a ceiling. Let's start with you, with the man who was not here last week. Mr. Mwami Himash, your comment on the sentencing of Bowman Lusambo.
Yeah, metaphorically, is a bulldozer because the bulldozer is too heavy to be found in a ceiling board. But anyway, it's just that the case took too long, and maybe people had even forgotten the events that happened before his arrest. But
Remind them, Mr. Mancha, remind them.
during the campaign in 2016, 2017, I think he came out so crude, so rude, so physical, not to accommodate the views of other people. And him, it was just like, if you're not with him, you are somewhere else, and he has to do injustice on you. That's how that guy who was kicked by him reported the matter to police. It was not fair. You know, when you want to fight someone, you are sure that you want to fight someone, let them have the freedom to use their hands. Not whereby, first of all, you have people hold the hands of the other people. And then to have his hands held, then him comes to just do justice on him. What was he scared of? At least if he had let the other man free, maybe nangufe coffee, ngabari muma coffee to retaliate, but where you are just tied, your hands have no use. I think that was very bad. And even himself, calling himself as the NATO forces. You know, it was very, very intimidatory in a time when people are supposed to be freely campaigning, freely expressing their opinions, even giving their choices. But that was taken away. Remember, in campaign time, there's supposed to be peace. But Bowman made sure that the peace, especially in that area, was not there. Because when you are campaigning, you are canvassing votes. You are trying to appeal to people's conscience, people's minds. You are making available choices that can be good for them. But for Bowman, the only thing he did was to intimidate and beat. Now, those are not things to be going for in this type of in this dispensation. We are not for that anymore now. That time is gone. Those are, for lack of a better word, stone age politics, which we've discarded. I yield.
Bakasia.
Yeah, you see, I think for me it's too early because this is just the first of the court processes. The major record I know is going to appeal about that. There is a High Court coming, Court of Appeal. So this is a case that I see still going on. Because I have a lot of issues with our justice system where we go and start having all these things that were done in 2016, 2014, 2012, 2005. We go and bring them back, and then they have some political connotations to them. And then
before you even go any further, this is a case that happened in 2021, not 2026. And it's a case of now. Let's not go back to what happened in 2009, 2007.
No,
New case, so it's a new one from 2021. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Yes, but you see, you must allow me to give it the way I'm seeing it. Because the case of what they have is not a 2021 case. Mamacha was talking about 2016. 2021, I don't know which one happened in 2021. 2021, there was a lot of violence. There were people that were beaten in Kanyama. There were people that were, in fact, killed in Kanyama. We don't know where that case is right now. They were killed by UPND cadres, those PF guys who were cooking. They were found cooking at their camp, beaten to death. That case, no one talks about it, that kind of violence which was there. There were cases where they fought, yes, I know. And I don't have a problem with the court process. The court process must be allowed to go through. That is one thing, yes. But for me, what I've just seen is even in these court convictions and the processes that we have, the selectiveness of it has to be a politician to be arrested, something has to be done because a politician. How many people are still languishing in those prisons that they've not even had their case, cause listed because they fought at a club, they injured each other, someone was beaten and stuff like that. We seem to be expediting these court processes for politicians so that we kind of knock them up. I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the justice system. I have a problem with the way we choose who should be prosecuted and taken to court before the court and the case is decided. I have a very serious problem around that. I have a very, very serious problem. But otherwise, the court has decided. And I hope that the court must exercise their freedom without undue interference from the state. That is where my point is. If the state can totally rid itself from these cases that are political connections cases, until you find, Kazia did something in 2014. Now, because
2008.
the government, therefore,
2008.
2008 or 2015. This is one of the things that Kalinda have a problem with, because when UPND leaders get out of power, some of them are still not a prosecutor. They'll be arrested. And why have we, like the court process, have not been concluded right now? We have to wait until they get out of power. Then we go and say, wait a minute, Garin Combo, you are serving on a Nole. Therefore, let's now start the case and get him and jail him. I don't think that is right. Our justice system needs to be rid itself of this political connection in terms of cases that are dealing with. I submit, Bakari.
Bakasia. I mean, if Gary Combo beat somebody up in 2008, why are we waiting for him to get out of the power before we can sue him?
That is precisely my point, Bakalinda. That is precisely my point, Bakalinda. That is precisely
for me, really, what I'm saying is that this case, I'm looking at specific, I'm narrowing it down to this case of Bowman Lusambo, where he was part of, he was the BO and the whatever our super, commander of the NATO force in 2021. This is the case that's been brought against him. So that's what we are looking at. Anyway, actually, I've said too much. Your take on about Bowman's final sentence, or as of now, as of today, he had his whether that was his fourth day or fifth day in a prison eating shima with cabbage. That's what. Your comment.
Yeah. Look, I think what we need to look at is we need to put everything in perspective in terms of Bowman Lusambo First of all, let's look at how this politician came about, and let's look at how he rose through the ranks in from MMD to the PF. Okay, his history has always been surrounded with violence. Okay, if you remember very well, he's the same person that went to assault or physically assault a Major Kakingwe. The videos are there for everybody to watch on the internet.
May his soul rest in peace.
Okay,
May his soul rest
so
in peace.
you can imagine how he took his politics, and those kind of politics at that time. Well, even up to now, in the PF circles, it's what's popular. If you are violent, if you're a bully, if you look at you've got muscles, then you're a politician in the Patriotic Front. Now,
Fact.
here comes this same guy. He's the one who was leading a gang called NATO Forces in the Copper Belt. These are well-known criminals, well-known people. Okay? He was leading them. He was their leader. And he calls himself a minister. Okay? Can we really employ a person like that and represent us and be proud as Zambians? No, we can't. So that's why even when he was found in whatever he's in, I mean, prison or jail is not a place to go. But if you break the law, okay, the law will catch up to you at one point. You cannot just continue breaking the law with impunity without having consequences. There are consequences in these issues and in these things that you do keep on doing. Now, Vakazia has been asking why are they just targeting the opposition? No, it's not. We're not targeting the opposition. If you have a case against you, or if somebody comes and complains and say somebody assaulted me, the police have to investigate, and when they investigate, they find you. Same thing, whether it's a current minister or it's a former minister, as long as there's a complainant, that complainant should go to the police. Okay, and say this person did the doesn't matter when that what crime what it was done, especially if it involves death. So he on that case, in terms of associating himself with those gang, and which led to the death of one Obed Tikasongo, and then again he was found in these issues where he's acquired so much wealth all of a sudden. His wife's perfume was costing more than lentils. Lentils, Yabambi. You know, that was his wife's.
Wife.
So how did he acquire this? Where did Bowman? What kind of business was he doing? Can somebody tell us? Maybe Magazia knows, but if you have a business.
Yeah,
if
let
you
me
have
tell
a business,
you.
a registered business.
You see, and this is what Bob Kalinda, this is what brings me when I say political. We are not saying Bowman is a committed crimes as Bowman. What do? You say PF. So the first thing that you are putting is PF, not that it is Bowman. And I have a problem when you use the institution of the political party of the whole PF, like Bowman. When Bowman was an individual. But when you discuss his case, we tell you this is a political case because he was a politician. You say, no. He was treated like any other. But when you discuss, you bring PF in. That is what makes it political. For instance, right now, there are cases which have been taken to court about the tender at Zesco. Now, if Mapani is found guilty as Mapani committing a crime, is it UPND? Or if Kakuwo is investigated on that money which was trading under the camera and is found guilty, is it UPND? It is Kakuwo. We must start disassociating when there is a criminality to a party. We will hold the person accountable without bringing in the politics. When you bring in the politics, it is what politicizes the case. Because look at what you are saying. No, you mean Are they not just criminals because they chose to do a criminal activity? It is a party. This conversation of taking a person to become a party, we must stop. If the panga mistake, it is Kazia was made a mistake. It's not PF. It's not Edgar Lungu. The problem mukwata yako bati ngakwaba minister uli corrupt nishini Edgar Lungu. Ngakwaba PS uli corrupt nishini Edgar Lungu. What about the same? Ngakwaba minister uli corrupt now nishini HH. Ngakwaba PS ulela ndati ne wokada nishini HH. Ngakwaba PS ulela ndati oh before go to Alex minister na to finance tribalism. Nishima HH wa finance tribalism. It shouldn't be like that. And this is just justifies what I was telling you to say. It is political because you are not taking away the party. You are putting Bowman there. And you're putting the party there. And then you are aggregating the entire party and putting it there. That's why Bowman has his own rights, which he must exercise. One of which, this is a major street court. And being a prosecutor myself, I know very well that this case is going very fast. It's still at infancy. Because they will appeal. And the burden of evidence and the truth and everything goes higher and higher until you go to the court of appeal. So these are the things that I'm saying. I don't want you to be bringing the party when there's one person who makes a mistake, then you bring the entire party. No,
Okay,
not right.
let me help to rephrase this. The law is targeting the law breakers. How about that one?
But that is what it does. If the law is targeting law breakers, we are expecting the law to be fair across all law breakers. Not law breakers in the past government. The law breakers now, we are still investigating.
Law breakers. Let's take it. Law breakers.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Then the other thing is this: when you look at the way the case was framed, the way it was appearing in the court and on the court list, it was Bowman versus the people, something like that.
All criminal matters, all criminal matters, including the ones that are happening where a civil servant paid by the state, paid by the taxpayers, goes to court and say that one of for criminal defamation. Instead of saying I've been defamed by this one, I'm taking in my own individual capacity. You go and decriminalize it. Then you say the people. So all criminal matters is the people. It doesn't matter what happens.
So maybe the law is fair because it's protecting the people.
So if the law is fair, how does the political party come in?
No, political parties pakanwa kesu. Kukoti tabalumbula connect ya PF.
Ndia bali mumulelanda pakanwa kenu. Kai tulelanda bakota boto ita debate na wapa. The court is not telling us about the party. It is you guys that are bringing the party in. Imwe mulebwesha mu party imwe. Wacha ndala imwe ba match. Imwe muleleta mu party. When you discuss about this matter.
Imwe bale angalira.
So where is the justice? So I think
tabale angala buino.
Because tabale angala buino because their party, not because they are Milan Dupangile.
Na chimwe mfilo kutuweva ifwe.
No, Milan Dupangile because
no. Echo mfilo kutuweva ifwe bali mpawa nomba. Mfilo kutuweva twangale buino ba yuko.
Mune yebe fya kumweba mwebe. Ifeni mwa mwebe. Ifo mfilemu watu hichi mwinga tuweva. Yatimanda timo mfilemu watu wewe. Nisi mwa mambo kutuweva fya kumweba. We don't want to be told what we tell you. Imo kutu ipusha mwala tuweve hisho tuwa mweba. Don't say mfilemu watu wewe.
What can you tell us to avoid? What can you tell us to avoid what is currently happening?
What we can tell you that apply the law straightforward without political connotations that we are seeing. That's what we tell you. Leteni ukusala ngamulefa ukusenda ngaka mwana namuleka ikateni bonse ngamaka adazi mulekanya kanye ni bonse not imwa benu muleka mweba kumbira kulukolo takwabe ifyo mweba mulachita.
Okay. Wamfwa.
Okay. So mwalanda bonse mwapwisha. Now listen. No, the thing is this. Ilia show Mwaleta ba machina, you're talking about the bringing in the name of the party into all this thing. Well, because that's your signature. Okay, everybody knows that the PF signature is violence.
Signature yabanani?
Yaba PF, the violence.
Even
So,
the symbol,
even the symbol. Here's the thing.
Even the
You know,
symbol.
I
Even the symbol.
let you guys talk. You were talking. I was quiet. So it's me now to talk. So the guy, the way it is this is what it is. You know, the PF signature is violence, and even now, even according to your own top leaders, they're saying it's because of that violence. That's why we were voted. We were voted out of power.
What you are saying is not true.
Machina, can you allow me to talk?
Yeah, I'm allowing you, but I'm just reminding you.
Okay. So, according to your top officials, okay, your top officials, they've been on TV, on social media, admitting to that fact. To say we made mistakes in the past, and the reason we now know the reason why people voted us out was because major thing was it violence. Okay. Talk about everybody, all the top officials in the PF. They have accepted that fact. So this is why when we mention people like Bowman, and if we see what he was doing, I mean, you can tell that this person was a violent person. You know, I even wonder, you know, God forbid that maybe he even beats his wife. I don't know, but I'm just saying, speculating, because umuntu fio waba fe violent fe natural. Natural. It's a natural thing. So that's why I'm saying, like, look, it's impossible to remove violence from the word PF, because that was the signature of the patriotic front. Patriotic front yachinjirepi pamene po
mwalipa ya kungo imwe
panja po bafwirefe ba Michael Sata bafwirefe
mwalipe
basa baleta po uyu mulwendo wakuchawama abalida
imwe
nenkondo yatamba mu Zambia
All right,
became
I'm
so
back in the
violent.
house now.
Mwalipa ya
One
kungo
person at a time. One person at a time.
Lakazia, it doesn't like people to talk. So what we're saying is this: the party itself is a violent party. So why would the Zambian people want it back? Bowman Lusambo, his history, it's all over the internet. You can go, you can watch for days, and he can tell you what kind of a politician he is. Now, I even wonder what kind of a leader would even appoint an individual at the highest level to be a provincial minister. Then, which means you subscribe to his kind of violence tendencies, because you're also violent. You see, so that's the thing.
Write down that one.
So that's why the Zambian people say, look, we need better leaders. We do not want to go back Kumalush. Okay?
Write down.
So about Ukwa, Tonse Alliance, all these are BID parties. My BID party.
Just a question.
We told you Ukwa is a BID. What happened? We don't even know who Ukwa is, who's there now, who's the leader and everything. PF is in disarray right now. Chabinga was on the internet and TV firing everybody. We don't even know which one is PF, which one is where is. I mean, it's so confusing. The Zambian people are confused because they don't know what the opposition looks like. Okay, so if everybody's gonna bunch in and put one agenda forward to say we want one so-called Lungu to become a leader, and then you see everybody now it will be just like recycled politicians, and the Zambian people are very smart now. They don't want recycled politicians. Thank you.
2 points
all right. Shall we move on?
No,
before we move on.
1 minute, give me a minute. You see,
I also need a minute.
This is where the problem is lying. You understand? You say Machanda Wasu manufacture things that are not there. To say the Zambian people don't want, if the Zambian people don't want, they will decide through the ballot. It's not you. Your opinion is as good as mine. If I want ECL to come back, you can't say no. The Zambian people, let the people decide through the ballot. It's not you. It's not your call. If we differ in opinion, you must keep your opinion. I keep mine. You are not going to come and say, "Oh, Tabale Mufwaya." But I want to. Why are you talking about it? Why are you not concentrating on building so that in Tabale Mufwaya abantu bakese mukana through the ballot? The ballot. You can't be having issues to talk about issue every time. Right now, we don't talk about anything that is okay. What is UPND doing on these policy issues? Nothing. The conversation is about ECL. Why? If it is a BID, if it is a dead, but why are we talking about it? You are talking about Chavinga. Chavinga, your own Marxist Mue was dissing him. Today, UPND is saying, hey, wait a minute, you have no power. The guy is going into very serious contemptuous matters. The court has decided on him. You cannot report to be that. What does he do? He ignores and the police go to guide him when he's doing an illegal activity. We need to stop this. I don't have a problem if the court has decided on him or if it is with the blessings or whatever. It's okay. But let him not do an illegal activity which is going to land him in trouble. Any contempt of court. Yeah, there's a court order. Mao is no matter we don't agree with him, but there's a court order. Even Mao was served with a court order. Under what pretext is Chavinga working? And then number two, the disorganization in the opposition should not concern you. How does it concern UPND when the opposition is disorganized? How? You cannot create your own opposition as UPND. No. If the opposition is weak, it's their fault. But you are entangled into the leadership of the opposition. Lekeni Zambia to flourish as a democracy. Let people choose who they want. If people want Edgar Lungu to come back, there's nothing you or any other person can do. It is their choice. If they don't want him back, it is also their choice. If they want to continue with President HH, there's no one who's going to stop them from doing that. That is just our democracy.
Democracy or the law?
Conclusion,
the law or the people? The law or the people?
The people.
Not the law. Not the law.
In conclusion, Mamata Bale Pusha.
The law or the people?
The law are the people. You serve the law because the people have given you powers through the law. You are not going to change that. If you try to do that, you can try to do that using temporary power that you might have. But one day, the power will end and you'll be made to account. If you it's all those things that are there. And then when you are made to account, it's not the party. It is you at personal level.
The last question.
The parties who violence.
The last question. Wachanda Kazia.
Mukwai.
Mwadibo mbele na pona wa Bowman when he was Lusaka province minister.
Ukubomba in what capacity?
You were a permanent secretary and he was a minister.
He was a minister for the province, yes.
In your interactions with him or at whatever level, what do you make of Bowman? What kind of leader was he?
What kind of leader is Bowman?
Was he that time?
I think in my interaction, I might have interacted with once because it was not my minister. Mind you, I was permanent secretary of the ministry. So yes. The best person who can answer that question is the PS in Lusaka province.
Don't dodge that question.
Because that was the person who had great interaction with him.
Amano ya mulishayo wachanda kazi ya
then we went to Sinka. Lines where they draw. You don't just jump because Lusaka province, so you're interacting with him. No. Your view. Even a minister. So if I want to interact with Bowman, I have to go through my minister. That is the same way. If a Lusaka province PS wants to interact with my minister, he will come through me and then we go to the minister. So I'm a ministerial permanent secretaries. They are not under the minister of the province. No, there is a permanent secretary in the province who is irresponsible. Who Bowman is responsible. So you have Kamanga who you can ask that question. Me, I would say I don't know because I didn't interact with him at professional level and know that was not my supervising minister. So I'm told you that it's a division of power.
Mwasuka.
In conclusion, our beloved resident PS,
No,
let's move
I've concluded that. I was
Now,
just
let's
answering
conclude. Okay, let's move on to the next topic. And I'm sure, Mr. Massa, you have something to add on before we move on to the next topic, because we cannot be talking about Bowman's eating cabbage in prison for the rest of this podcast.
The bulldozer is in prison. Maybe they will use it to make roads now. It's okay.
Okay, so let's move on to the next topic, which is the best secret in Zambian political dynasty, as I would label it. So this past week we saw Tonse, whatever they call it, alliance being born, and then they went ahead and unveiled ECL as their candidate for 2026. I have so many questions on this because one, isn't ECL eligibility case in court? Have the court already passed judgment on that? And then when I looked at the so-called alliance, and this I'm looking at the individual political parties that came together, and those we call briefcase, opposition parties. I mean, case in point. Who has ever heard of Exuda? What was her name again? Mwewa. In Zambia's politics. What was she representing? Something National Congress, and then we had Dan Pule. Dan Pule, how many MPs or councillors does he have in Parliament or in councils across the country? Gentlemen, your view.
Yes. Before you go any further,
before it even started. Anyway,
Bachandakazia, I want him to guide us on the eligibility clause. Should we discuss that case which is before the courts?
No, I just asked the question because it's not yet determined.
So in our discussions we shall avoid eligibility.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, giving the viewers a peek on why would that Tonse, whatever alliance they're calling themselves, unveil Chagwa as their candidate when he still has a court case pending.
The word Tonse means everyone.
Yes, go ahead.
It's like they have garnered numbers. Now these numbers are just in their minds. They think whoever is complaining against the government can join them, and even when their new leader so far talks about Tonse, he keeps calling others to come, and he's calling small non-entities to come and join him. So I really wonder, and he's even including the church, the unions, the civil society. I mean, it's not necessary if he's got Tonse. Tonse should just be Tonse because there are many, but he's looking for support elsewhere. And political parties that are in the Tonse thing, not even some don't even have councillors, not even an MP. You really wonder. It's like they're just hovering around something where they are patishala, And what it is it's just like, you see, for lack of a better word, this Tonse, this Uka is in the moribund stage. They are phasing away. By 2026, there will be another Tonse. Mark my words. By 2025, 2026, Tonse will not be there. There will be another thing that will be born. It's too early to have a united opposition to challenge the current government. It doesn't just make sense. I would.
Right, Bakasula, before you come in, let's bring in Batulufia. Your take on this Tonse debacle vis-a-vis pronouncing to the rest of the us, letting us know that the 2026 candidate is going to be Edgar Chagwa Lungu, when we know that. Anyway, let me not go there. Like Mohammed directed, but I mean,
Eligibility.
you know, it's got an eligibility case. There's no telling how that case is going to go anyway. But I mean, your take, Patricia, your opinion on this Tonse alliance. I mean, like I said, it's a West kept secret in Zambia's political dynasty, as I know.
Look,
and I've
I
been
think,
following in politics for a long time.
yeah, yeah. Anyway, this alliance, this new alliance is, like I said, it's BID. Okay, so we all know it's brought in dead, and the fact of the matter is, Zambians have advanced when it comes to politics.
Mm-hmm.
You see, people don't want to see the same politicians every day, every year, every political season. They want people with bright ideas. In fact, now people now are really gravitating to a UPND style of governance, a UPND style of politics. Now, anybody that's going to have to come and remove the UPND from power, they need to be better.
Better than 10
Okay,
times
they need to
better.
be better. So the standard is now, the bar has been raised at that intellectual level. It has been raised high, whereby even if we have people like, Lungu, Bowman, and the gang, I mean, people are just looking at them to say, what are you telling us that we've never heard before? Okay? What is Lungu and the Tonse alliance telling us that we've never heard before? I haven't heard anything. Seriously, I was watching the whatever the what's this, their conference or whatever it was called, and I was trying to pick one or two things. I couldn't. I ended up having a headache after watching it because I couldn't get anything out of it. So there's
Developed
nothing new,
tonsils.
there's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new with the patriotic front, no matter how they trying to mask themselves. If they want to be a Tonse, tomorrow they are Ukwa, tomorrow they are like, God knows what they're going to name themselves now. Okay, but it's the same people, same players, and the Zambian people are saying no to this. We want a leader that's going to bring real ideas and real checks and balances, not just violence. Okay, I've never heard all this time that the so-called Lunga has been going on the TV. I've never heard him talk about anything real. I mean, it's just saying the same thing, recycled words. I don't know who writes for him. I don't know if it's Mwambaba Mlembela. I don't know, but he's just saying the same thing over and over, and like, you can even tell, like, listen, there's no interest in the Zambian people at heart. Whatever he's saying, there is no that thing to say, I want to come and work for the Zambian people. Tamulim voice, yeah, but we're not listening. Nobody, no Zambian can hear that from Balungu. Okay, there's nothing in the voice to convince us and to tell the Zambian people the reason I want to come back is this. Okay, nobody has ever heard. Like, I don't know if there's any Zambian out there who can come and tell me the reason that we want to vote Lungu back is because ABCD.
I will tell you. I'm going to tell you.
I'm happy to listen.
Varakazia, let's put a period to your comment just right now. Oh, we just lost the deep thinker was here. Anyway, proceed. Proceed.
Oh, I should tell you, Chanda, why people would want to see you back. Okay, let me run you through why you people would want ECL back, and this is based on my own analysis of the matter. Number one, you have to understand that the cost of living has tremendously gone ballistic. The UPND's promises have not been fulfilled. The promise of cheaper minimum the promises of cheaper cost of living, the promises of cheaper fuel, stable exchange rate, the things that matter most. The issues to do with mining to be given is, into the Zambian hands. The issue of putting a Zambian first rather than a foreigner first. There are so many, I hate to use the word lies that were done. And these are the things that have made people realize that if you said that buying fuel was expensive, and then somebody, the economy was in BID, it was the economy was in BID. How can an economy which was in BID now being sustained switch the other way around? People are fed up. The excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse of why things are wrong. For instance, power, ZESCO. You tell people we are in trouble, we have drought, and yet what do you do? What do you do? You keep exporting power. You are feeding other people's children, and you're not feeding yours.
Let me just come in on that one. Is that this ZESCO is not exporting power to anybody? Let's just
no, it
let's
is.
just clarify. No.
They have not come here.
They
Remember,
are not exporting power to anyone.
I have been asking that question. I need ZESCO to give an official position.
They have, Vakasia. Let's not peddle. Let's not peddle things that are not there. They are not. Zambians, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. ZESCO is not exporting power to anyone.
Can we have the official? I've been pleading for that official statement from ZESCO, from you or anybody, that we are not zero net export of power. I have been pleading for that statement. It doesn't come. Remember, I raised
they are not exporting power.
Evidence that they are not doing?
Just read to the lips that are coming from my lips.
No. You are not. You see, you can't tell me it's because you've said it. Therefore, they are not doing it.
I am telling the viewers.
No, tell me through documentation. Don't tell me through the word of mouth. Word of mouth, anyone can say it.
And what about the opposite? What about the opposite? Do you have documentation that they're exporting?
It looks like people have selective memory. You pick what you want and discard everything that you don't want.
Okay.
Let's face facts as they are.
Documentation
is not exporting power.
Because if I'm a citizen, I still accuse government. Government has a responsibility to correct me.
They have, but it seems that you haven't moved on.
Where is the document?
Let me just
let me just
let's move on this one. Let's move on this one.
I'm sending a text right now to ZESCO.
Yeah.
Go ahead, keep talking. I'm just doing what I need to do here.
There's been in a Tonse as a citizen. Echo ndipirira taxing chakwati nakwata question mfire mwanga suka noti kula ndipusha ma question echo ndipirira taxing anda tema mala iti kureshitisha mo mfire mwasanje watatureshitisha, and here is a statement from ZESCO.
Okay, so mali badi miaskwati bari export.
All right, hold that thought. Let me bring in the Dip Think. I thought the Dip Think I was traveling to Chicago today, but we appreciate his presence as usual. He's here to protect his little brother, the resident PS. Dip Think, welcome to the podcast. Dip Thinker, are you there? I can see him. Are you guys seeing Dip Thinker here? There he is. There he is.
I can see the red cape.
Can you hear me?
Welcome to the podcast, Dip Thinker. So anyway, what were we talking about? Look at him.
I was on the floor. I was on the floor, Bakalinda.
Okay.
and trying to tell Wachanda, because he said he has never been told why the Zambians are thinking the other way around. And
Okay,
the question that
before we bring Deep Thinker in.
I have told Wachanda, okay, but these are questions, and this cannot just be one question. Now, if those things have been addressed, and if they've been addressed, and everyone else is not listening to them, government just needs to ignore him and move on. They just need to ignore me. If I ask questions and they think they've answered, they shouldn't concern themselves with me, because these are the problems that I've seen. Every time umuntu raising a problem, so UPND, just put your house in order. Deliver on the promises. If you deliver, you will not have a problem actually convincing anyone. You will not have a problem.
Our house is already in order.
Yeah, if it is in order, then you know what I'm saying. But I have the right to say it anyway. So when you say the Zambian people, I'm also a Zambian person, it doesn't agree with what you're saying. And if you
but you still haven't. You said you want to answer, but you haven't answered anything. You haven't told me anything. The question was simple. Why would the Zambian people want to bring back so-called Lungu? Why? What is he offering to the Zambian people? What ideas is he bringing to the table? What different solutions?
Which table?
So what solutions is he bringing?
Yeah, better not to kuweka kwa table.
No. I mean, it's just a figurative word.
Let me answer you, Let me answer you. The reason is that people lose trust. When you lie too much, when you tell people what you cannot do, when you are not telling people the truth, that is what happens. People demand to change. So there will be no problem. So I've answered you.
All right, hold that thought. Let me bring in the man who's been failing to enter the podcast in the last 2 weeks. He's probably right there in Puerto Rico, where there is garbage.
Okay. All right.
Doc, welcome back. How are you doing?
I don't know.
Is it garbage?
I'm now an expert in computers because I've been struggling for the past 1 hour trying to do the cookies stuff.
I told you to clear your cache and cookies. Remember last week?
I don't know what that means, but they're called cookies. But...
Yes, I told you to clear your cache and cookies last week. Yeah, I'm glad you learned.
I've managed to do it on my own.
Oh, good. You should have said, yeah, you didn't know how to clear your cache and cookies. I would have walked you through that. You see, that's my forte.
Where's Chandagazia?
He's right here. He just came back.
Okay. So this 1 hour has passed. Oh my goodness! You know, you have changed the time there now in Canada, eh?
I mean the Canadians, Wakazian, but you know we are Americans.
So I was lost a little bit because
and we have the British over here too. So
I'm a Caribbean person now. I got a little bit lost here because I was following the Canadian time, you know. Then I realized, I'm in the Caribbean, so it's a little bit. So anyway, where are we? Where have you reached now on the menu, on the schedule?
We are still discussing the Tonse alliance.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just to bring you up to speed, we talked about Bowman Lusambo and the Tonse alliance and why. The question I asked I posed Kazia is why would the Zambian people want to bring Avena Lungu back into power?
There are no Zambian people who want to do that.
What is he giving us? What story is he going to tell us this time? Okay.
He wants to fight.
That's what I was asking him. He has failed to answer that question.
Yeah. Even Lungu can't answer it himself. How can you
You see, when I've just been answering the question, I choose not to agree with the person or choose to selectively, because I told you my answer, and then you say he has not answered. But if you choose again not to believe what
You are
I'm
in a
saying,
very windy place, Bagazia.
no, yeah, but what can I do? This is a windy place, I'm finding a place which is going to be slightly better than that. Can you hear me now?
No.
Yes, we can.
You are the only one who can't hear me, Wadani. Huh? So what I said is, if you choose deliberately, waipusha question atushina uliobwali ati nini uliobwali ata now feel kwasuka question ngana what will the person do really kukutamba fyate kanshi shidini, because that is what you want to hear. You don't want to, you want to hear a certain way of answering, not the person's way, the way I want to answer. Nana feel bad if you hear feel bad. It doesn't make it clear that you because you're gonna ask okay, I will not appease you. I will simply tell you what other people are scared of telling you. Most people don't want to say the truth, and that's why our country has lost it. Umufinga bwachilamo on both ends. Also, if you're no. So you guys just do what you say you do. Chapwa.
Yeah. Yes. We said we were going to employ civil servants. We employed them in their thousands.
I
But
agree.
Heidegger once said that is going to employ 500,000 civil servants. Nothing, no jobs of such kind were created.
I have given you specifics of what I want you to respond to, which we will never respond to, because you know those are lies. KCM will never give vendetta over our dead bodies. What have happened? What happened? You see, let's not dwell on these things that don't
Okay, so
The copper belt is
there are
away.
two things you're asking here. Asking me, one, KCM Tevyo.
Mwarandile sha ni ndio ndio ndio
Okay,
mwarandile
so KCM. Mwefa tumwaswe pale KCM.
Mwarifi chitefu mwarandile you do.
Now let me answer you. I'm coming. Now let me answer you. So, pale ya sheria KCM. Okay? Yes. We said that no, we don't want that management to come back and be running things. But here's the thing. We went into the contract and looked at it. Power. When we came into power, we looked at things and said, look, the devil you know is better than the angel you don't know.
You are just now even compounding the matters now.
So
when you went in power, that is
here's the thing.
Let's talk one person at a time.
Yeah. So you're asking me a question. I'm trying to answer you. So Iria Shiria KCM Fiofo Yava. You know, we looked at it, and the government looked at it and analyzed it and said, look, if we are going to continue going into court, back and forth in court, abantu bakukopa built malaika for the next 10 years. Why don't we come back on the table and sit and say, okay, despite all these disagreements that we've had, can we iron them out? All right? Can we iron them out and agree and forge a new way? Okay? They say, yes, we can agree. Let's shake hands on it. They shook hands and say, look, from now going forward, this is what we're going to do. We're not going to operate like the way we used to operate. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. Do you agree? Yes. Okay? That's EMA negotiations. Okay? For you, but worldwide. Okay? Despite you can have tomorrow, like I was telling you the other day, yesterday's price is not today's price. Okay? So what we discussed, what the government that time, Lungu were talking about, or what we were talking about when we're in the opposition, it cannot be the same thing today. Even if you feel somebody let me give you one example.
Okay.
Let me give you one example.
No. Hold on, Makasia. Hold the thought. Yeah, you have 30 seconds after that. before we come to Akazia's thoughts, let's bring in the man in Puerto Rico, my beloved, handsome, doctor husband, the man who is in the garbage city. Oh, don't mind me. Don't mind me. But anyway, back to for your 30 seconds and then to Dr. Liswanisa.
Okay, so like I was saying, look, the question here bunga yo mwalilanda po yakwe bati. Aka indi alingira leto bunga pa 50 kwacha. Mwe wantu bakwalesa. How reasonable is that request? How reasonable? Mundu ve wako atafye like 5 cents. It's impossible. I mean, look, like I was saying, yesterday, can you allow me to finish?
No, Akazia, give the man his 30 seconds.
I didn't hear. I want him to repeat.
It's one person at a time.
So, like I was saying, yesterday's price cannot be today's price. When that time when President Hakainde said, how many years ago was that?
Mute your mic. If you are not talking, mute your mic. There's a mic.
How many years ago was that? It was like over 5 years ago. So you're telling me the same economic principles that applied 5 years ago are the ones that are applying right now? It's impossible. Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic and let's think in terms of how the economies of the world evolve and move. If we're all up to speed and you know that the dollar wasn't the way it was.
I'll come back to you. Hold on.
All right. So that's what I'm saying. Yesterday's simple.
All right. Back to your 30 seconds is up. Let's go to Dr. Liswaniso. We were talking about, I
wanted to answer before Dr. Liswaniso comes in, so that I don't lose it.
Okay, about 30 seconds.
Yes, 30 seconds. Nobody ever told the President HH or UPND to go and say, Uvunga 50 kwacha. Nobody. And if anything, when people said it's not possible, they were called dunderheads. So if you are saying no one in 5 senses can think like that, what did you make of the person who said it? Number two, when you came into power, the question of not giving the data back the mind was said when you were in power. You said it in opposition and when you're in power at the State House, where the president said, who told you to? These are total lies. So if you
30 seconds is up. 30 seconds is up, your 30 seconds. Let's bring in a fresh perspective. Doctor,
8 seconds to me as well. 8 seconds to me as well.
Yeah, after Dr. Liswaniso is done. Dr. Liswaniso, because he just joined in.
Please let's mute our microphones before if we're not talking, because it's this vibration. I mean, that echo is sort of let's just mute your mic if you're not talking.
Correct.
So the thing about changing the mind, that is what life is all about. I promised that I'd work for a university in Canada for the rest of my life. I signed a contract. Something came up in Puerto Rico. I moved on. Life is not about sticking to what you said 20 years ago. And you say, because I said it 20 years ago, I'm going to stick to this. Come hail or rain or shine. I said it, I have to do it. I've said a lot of things to my children. I've got 2 boys. I told them something last week. I've changed it this week. I've changed it because of the circumstances. Life is about making a decision that makes sense at that moment. That's what life is all about. If you, Achandagazia, you made your life 20 years ago, a decision 20 years ago, and you're sticking to it, that's you. Me and HH don't live like that. We make decisions that make sense at that moment. I'm not gonna be held to the thing I said 20 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago. You said it, do it today. You said it, do it 2023, do it today. No, that's what life is all about. Politics, number one, a good politician is a person that convinces people of his future plans. Okay? It doesn't mean that those future plans will be attained. People have to believe him at that moment. But when that time comes,
say it again.
Ashman,
No, say it again. It's awful.
okay. When you are promising people during the election campaign, you are not a prophet to know what's going to go happen in whatever. You are speculating. Everyone is a speculator as what is going to happen. Okay? You make a decision according to the conditions at that moment. So if I told people in 2021 that I'm going to bring a minimum at 20 and then there's a drought, and I should be a messiah to bring rain, because I told people it's going to be 50 kwacha, I have to grow the maize today and then bring it at 50 kwacha.
In Dubai, there is no power.
That
in
is
Dubai.
not.
What Dubai?
Don't interfere, please.
Don't let him speak his mind.
We are all, that's how life is laid in real life. And I know that's what you do as well in real life. You don't stick to what you said yesterday, today. If there is no electricity today, and you said, no, this house should have electricity because I said there's electricity. You have no electricity. So we change according to me. There's nothing wrong with what my government has done. They are just working according to the there's nothing. So someone who's gonna come here and say bring the rain because you said it's gonna be rain, because that's what PF is saying, bring the rain.
It's not PF with me.
You are saying bring the rain. HH is not a messiah.
I never said that. I didn't say that. You're the one saying it.
Okay. If you don't realize that that's what you are saying, by saying that bring Ubunga per 50 kwacha, that's what you are saying. Ubunga will come at 50 kwacha when it rains. Okay? So when rain come, ask HH for 50 kwacha minimum. If there's no rain, you don't ask him that. Because
no, but you see,
Ubunga becomes cheap if people grow maize. If people don't grow maize, there's no cheap minimum. That's the logic behind it. You can't say there's
and we need a bumper harvest.
Yes.
So anyway,
when you have a bumper harvest, that's when the minimum gets cheap. So
right.
If you think that I want to go I'm going to respond to Gani.
Hold your thought. Let's bring in some new people who haven't said anything.
Thank you.
Let's bring in Vamaja.
You promised my 30 seconds.
Okay, come in with your 30 seconds. After you, we are going to go to the deep thinker because he's back. He needs to speak.
We are the 6 of us on this discussion. Yeah?
Yes.
How many people have gotten jobs on the copper belt in connection with KCM? Us or one of us here is against that idea of opening the mines. Let's be serious. Those people are very annoyed with us. Very annoyed. So, those that have gotten jobs,
let him finish his 30 seconds.
And they are in gainful employment, and they are now contributing to the taxes. Number one. Number two, ubunga bwa 50 kwacha, it was not possible. Narikala kumushi narimunako na bantu efu bachula, how they suffer to do that maize ukulima gwembera ngombe. It's a big process. Ukuyabika masaka. Just that process. Elo muntu esashike ubunga pa 50 kwacha. Where is the business aspect? Fertilizer ukusakwila ukulokwa. Even children, so those children that look after the animals that are plowing, ngashari ngombe amataba, ngombe shari amataba, arabana, they are whipped, and you want to come and buy a bag of minimum at 50 kwacha. Can we be reasonable? The
problem is mwari munako abantu kubachula pakulima amataba elo muntu esapo kushita obunga pali 50 kwacha ingombe shiria esho balimisha sirafaika umuti kushila from time to time kulafaika each coach kulafaika diesel ngaba please there are a lot of hidden costs to maize ayala mataba nayo ngaba yatola pa FRA kula bano ko you have to go and guard that maize in the night before it is sold. Elo yo lefa wisi kushita obunga pali 50 kwacha sure.
nangumoko muri ku Canada ku Canada uko mwasangwa ko rice ya 50 cents or 50 less than a pound or a dollar. Food generally is expensive, people. Let's acknowledge this fact. Food is business.
In conclusion, Ramesh.
Conclusion. I've concluded.
All right. Vakasia, hold that thought. I said I was going to bring in a new entrant who has said nothing.
And your phone is vibrating. It's having a
he's in. He says he's in Prince. What did he talk? Prince Edward Island. Whatever he's doing there. But anyway, Deep Thinker, we are talking about Tonse adopting alliance. I mean,
Deep Thinker. We didn't default in just to give a
10 seconds, guys. 10 seconds.
Daniel match if you like this match. I got 50 you understand? If you are going to tell people like we have another when the people are supposed to lead, we are not people's children. We are the ones, we are the bosses for that person. So if you look at what the one day
your 10 seconds is up.
Promising people things you can't do.
Oh, thank you. Your 10 seconds is up. Deep Thinker, we are discussing the Tonse Alliance, which is the worst kept secret in Zambia politics, as I know it. So they unveiled themselves. We have a group of 6, what I call briefcase parties, namely at National Congress, Kumawa Development. I mean, who even comes up with these names?
Cooperatives ya machine.
Yeah, Sean Temple. Yes, Sean Temple is also in there. And someone called Exuda Mwewa. I've never heard of that woman. And of course, Dan Pule. Anyway, so they have adopted ECL as their presidential candidate in 2026. Your comment, forget about what Vakazia was bringing in terms of meal and everything else. Let's just stick to the, the topic at hand, which is the Tonse Alliance, please, and Mr. Lungu's candidate in 2026. Your comment.
I personally don't have a problem with it. They can do whatever they want to do as long as they follow the law and register the party and ready for 2026. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with their decisions as long as once judgment on the eligibility of the former president, Dr. Lungu, is respected. Whether the court say he to stand, whether they say he can stand, as long as respect the I don't have a problem. What they do is their business. UPND also has alliances, so we can't pay attention to what they are talking about. UPND, Neville Mumba has joined. We can't pay attention to those. We have our own issues, and we're trying to make sure that the UPND is strong and ready for 2026 and beyond. So I really don't have a problem with that. The law, I respect the law, and frankly, I have confidence in the law the way it is, unless it changes. Whatever I don't like about it, I mean, it's backed by the Constitution. There's nothing I can do. Are you?
Well, thanks for those sentiments, Deep Thinker. But I mean, it was just announced today that the other faction of there are 3 factions in the PF. Okay, we have the ECL, we have the Mao Sampa. I mean, I don't even know how to describe them. I guess we can call the ECL as the old guard, PF. Then the Mao Sampa is the blood. I'll call it the bloodline. And then we have the Robert Chavinga, which is the, I guess, are they the new sheriffs in town, PF? So then Chavinga had his press conference today where he expelled Lungu was expelled, Lusambo was expelled, all those other cronies in the other two factions have been expelled from PF. And again, under what umbrella is, again, I'm confused. Under what umbrella is Lungu going to the Tonse? If it's been expelled from the PF.
So, and I think that's why I say, if they're going to form an alliance and then register it as a political party, then he has a right to stand.
Yeah, he has. But the thing is, deep thinker, so you go to an alliance when you have a registered political party. That's the way I understand it.
So
you can't just up and about and say I'm joining this alliance when you don't have a political party behind you. Am I losing the plot? Gentlemen, somebody help me out here. Am I losing the plot somewhere?
From what I gather, they actually invited Dr. Lungu to be the president. From what I gather, he didn't force himself on Tonse alliance.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jessica, but I'm gonna say this in Tonga now. Katuliabo Nsima. Deep thinker. You can't tell me that Lungu was invited to the Tonse alliance.
No, I mean, from what
is Lungu, believe you me. You don't even have to tell me anything. He wasn't invited here. He is the main character behind that alliance.
So the issue probably is the question I'm asking about Kazia and everybody.
No, Kazia is mad at us. He's dropped off.
I want to hear from Kazia. I'm talking to
Kazia, I'm telling you, he's dropped off his conversation. He's not here.
Go ahead. Just answer. Ask a question, and we're gonna.
The question is since Vakazia is in opposition. Let me put it that way. And 2026 is coming. Which political party is he affiliated with? I'm not talking about individual. I'm talking about the political party. Which one? You name it. If it's PF, it's PF under who? And I think that will clear all the questions that I have about Dr. Lungu jumping from here to there.
Vakazia, if you're listening,
I don't think Vakazia has got an answer to that one, but because he's a sympathizer. He's a sympathizer. In simple terms, I think what I can say is he's a Patriotic Front sympathizer. Now, just like you've put it, which PF?
He can be a sympathizer of individuals. We are too. There are some people that are not in UPND that I would sympathize with too. There are some that would sympathize with too. They are not in UPND. They might not be in PF.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what it is. I mean, to him, because he sympathizes with the party. But again, the big question is which party, or which division? Because there's a PF led by Mao Sampa, there's PF led by Chavinga, there's PF, but I don't even know how many types of PF they are there now. Maybe there might be 11 or 8 now at this point. And then there are now alliances.
I need about
Is it? So there are all these alliances. Now we don't understand how they're operating. But at the end of the day, what we can say is this: we know who is who, and we know who a leader is, and we know who a leader is supposed to be in the 21st century. Like there's no way any Zambian person at this point in time.
Madam Chair and the Vice. I request Vakazia to answer that question.
Well, he's going to come. He's going to answer it. But they show us to continue. We cannot just wait until he comes.
Vakazia is not here.
Not there. I'm sorry. I didn't realize he was not here.
I need to call him up and say, because you come back to the podcast.
Yeah. So I mean, the show has to continue. So
Yes.
I didn't realize he was gone. I apologize.
yeah. So that's what we're saying. So, but in any case, like I was saying, like, look, the Zambian people have got the right to choose which leader they want. And when I was looking, just going through the opposition, I'm not seeing anybody, because today Lungu says that I'm Ukwa. Tomorrow he says I'm Tonse. What is he going to say to the other day? So we have an undecided.
Can I just guide you on one point there?
Yes, sir.
You said the Zambian people have the right to choose which leader. Now, it's not before they have that right. The law avails them a leader.
Correct. That's where I was.
It's not just choosing. No, the law must avail a leader.
I can want to be a leader, but under the law, I can't.
Yes. If that person,
that's why I said as long as the law is respected. So
yes,
the registrar is going to guide us on that. We can't talk individuals that for 2026 for right now. We talk political parties, and then political parties will dice themselves into individuals. But for right now,
that's why I said, excuse my French deep thinkers, that when you said he was invited to Tonse, deep thinker. This year was never invited to the Tonse. He is the architect of that alliance. He's been looking because he received resistance from the Ukwa alliance. So when he got that resistance in Uka, whatever they call themselves, he started looking out to see who else he can work with. Yeah.
Madam,
so for us to say that he was invited, we are being very, very nice to ECL, and he's lamping up our praises right now. That's why I'm saying.
May I make a comment? May I make a comment on that?
Yes.
I think the main nugget here is Ramaja Gati. The main nugget here is the law. And I think I started off by saying, I don't care where he jumps to. I don't care who invites him. I don't care. At the end of the day, who is going to be, what party is going to be blessed by the law? If it's the Tonse Alliance, I'll respect that because the law itself has told me that this is a legit political party. This is a legit leader of this political party. If the law says the Tonse Alliance is a makeshift alliance, then I take them out. I'm not even going to consider them. I'm just looking at the law and what the Constitution is saying. So who invited who is a small issue. The bigger issue is what is the law saying.
All right.
Right on. Shall we now move on? Because we are only at topic number 2. It's almost 2 hours, an hour and a half in.
Progress.
That's why sometimes we should just give ourselves four topics on this, breaking news, because we go on and on and on and on. So I guess the next topic, we go back to what is this? Bowman Lusambo is in big doodles. That's what I'm going to say now. We go back to that. So we saw.
Why would you want to go back to that? We discussed that already.
No, people just grazed through it. I don't think anybody talked about the issue where a member of parliament in Solwezi reported Bowman for receiving money under false pretenses. Have we discussed that?
No.
Anybody?
No, we haven't.
No, I thought so.
So let's
Bowman
should be the main topic of the day. I don't know.
Yes, just because let's quickly just go through it. Okay, so this past, we talk trending news out of the Netherlands, so I don't know why we shouldn't. So anyway, let's talk about Bowman hoodwinking somebody out of 800,000 kwacha over a house he currently doesn't even has legal rights to it. Out of 800,000 kwacha. So we saw a member of parliament from Northwestern going to Kawata police station, reporting him for obtaining money, about 800,000 kwacha over that house. I thought the man was rich. I thought the man, he buys perfumes that, pays other people's lentils. Why is he now suddenly 3 years in, out of power, is beginning to sell homes that he doesn't have any legal rights to? And also these MPs, and there are 2 MPs, it's not just one, there are 2. Shouldn't they have done their due diligence? Have they been living under a rock? They don't know that Bowman Lusambo is losing properties left, right, and center. I think we should really tackle this as a precautionary tale to whoever would be dealing with, Bowman Lusambo going forward, that he's selling property that's not his as of now. So let me start with the dog, because I think he brings a fresh perspective, seeing as he's out there in Puerto Rico. Doc, when you heard Bowman selling these properties and that don't belong to him, that he's lost, and you have high members of parliament, and I'll call them, the high-ranking members of parliament from Soweto, falling to these kind of illegal sales.
In the first place, this type of illegalities used to be the order of the day under PF. Okay. This home in question was being sold to several people by Bowman when he was a minister. So it's not a new thing. It's not now. He tried to sell this house to many people when he was a provincial minister. And so it just shows you how bad the crookedness or the behavior of the PF politicians used to be at that time. There were no morals in these leaders at all. For them to be leaders in the government and yet being involved in these crooked deals, it's very shameful. And that is Bowman, only one person out of so many that were dealing with doing illegal things. So it is just good that PF was really taken out of power. Otherwise, to be honest, I dread what my country would have been today as we speak if PF had won 2021 elections. So it's just refreshing in a way to see these criminals out of power. But yeah, it was the order of the day for them. It was business as usual to do such type of things. They were doing these things, and they were not thinking ever that one day they'll be out of that power.
Mm-hmm. Right, Mr. Mash, your comment.
Obtaining money by false pretense is a big offense. It's like scamming some people, Money is very hard to come by. And now you just find the whole lot of a minister being found in such things. It's very, very embarrassing. If they can do that with a few people, what would they do to the public resources that they're entrusted with? It's not just right. The man had houses in Silverest. Why didn't he get one of those houses in Silverest and give it to him? But God knows, at least the best thing happened. Those houses were not his. The man would have lost out. But obtaining money by false pretense, people are working very hard for their money. It's just wrong. Let him be punished for what he has done.
Right. Deep thinker, your comment. I think for me, really, my question is because we are looking. Oh, okay, shall we?
Deep thinker wants to say ati mbute wobo mbumpele. Mbumpele bo.
I need you to translate. Bowman
what's wasubira jigala Bowman. Wasubira mugoti. He has urinated at the well.
Translator.
Wasubira ajigala. Ajigala
The
is a well.
The well.
The well, yes.
Ajigala what? Ajigala what?
Wasubira ajigala. Asunjira pachima.
Wasubira
ajigala.
Wasubira ajigala.
Wasubira ajigala.
Wasubira ajigala.
Please.
Wasubira ajigala.
Wasubira ajigala.
Wasubira ajigala.
Which means the ajigala is a place. And that place is Ichishima in your language. You know, water is a very, very important resource which you have to guard very carefully, just like your integrity. You don't destroy your integrity anyhow. Imagine wakamba wayasundira pachishima mwala nwamefya msango shani.
So
there you go.
The PF translation, they peed on the Constitution. That's what they did. They peed on the Constitution. It's wet, and it's trying to dry it. So where I'm going with this is that if we look at Bowman, he was a Caponia, right? Wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so for us to expect a Caponia who rose up to the rank of provincial minister to leave the street way of living within 4 or 5 years is unfair. Bowman broke the law because he was breaking the law even before. He just got the blessings of the government. So I'm happy that he's been exposed, and I'm happy that the people that lost the money are going to get the money back, and I'm happy that he's serving time for all the crimes committed. And what makes me sad is somebody who has a background Yabugaponya to hide in a sitting, if that is true.
Very true.
That's true. That's true.
It's the truth.
So if you go claim Bukaponya, then you go down as Gaponya.
No, I mean, for me, really, what concerns me is these two members of parliament who are UPND who fell victim Bowman Lusambo's thieving ways.
Now,
why didn't they do their due diligence? You don't just buy, a property from somebody like that without doing your due diligence. You know that for the past 3 years, he's been losing property left, right, and center, even in field arrest. Why would you go even spend 800,000 kwacha? Come on, people.
Madam Moderator, may I just 2 cents on that?
Yes.
One, the political clan is the same. It doesn't matter what political party. The political clan is the same.
Right.
So, one, my suspicion is that Gary was the Koba Bowman.
It was a trap.
Explain that to Mr. Chilufia. Why there's a dog here? Although I know he has a dog, understand, but explain it to Mr. Chilufia. What is God?
It was a
One,
trap.
I'm suspecting it was a trap set for him so that he's exposed.
Okay.
The second thing is, remember I talked about the same clients.
Yes.
Those people are high ranking and they hold high positions. We don't know
Correct.
dealings they have with each other. It's the same client.
Okay.
So I can't think of the third one. Stupidity, but I don't think they're stupid.
Okay.
I submit.
Okay. Shall we then move on? Because this was actually, unless you said you're done with this topic. You want to comment?
No, let's just move on.
All right, let's move on to the next topic. I think this is a topic that we over here has avoided talking about it for the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and now that the president spoke about it this past week, I think we should talk about it. Though I've received some inboxes that we shouldn't talk about it, but I think we should talk about it because the president talked about it. So 3 weeks ago, a story broke again on social media, claiming Chipo Manawasa, the president, one of the president's aide, was pregnant, allegedly. By who. So anyway, and so the president came swinging this week, and there was a press conference. He made the young lady stand up and taught us to be very careful in how we handle this social media business where we cook up stories. We forget that behind these stories there are human beings, like the young lady Chipo, who just lost her mother, the former first lady, Maureen. And again, I didn't look at it like that until actually the president said, because for me, I'm a news person, I'm a news junkie, so everything is news to me. But once in a while, a story will slap me in the face and think, okay, this is not about a byline. This is not about a byline. This is about a human being going through, everyday emotions, and then she already has that job that, we know that the PF were not happy her getting that job at State House, being a presidential advisor in the presidential delivery unit. They didn't like that, so they have been on a campaign really since the day they found out she was appointed there, and now the latest with her being allegedly being pregnant by I'm not even going to say who by, but everybody knows. But then the president addressed it this past week. Gentlemen, your thoughts on that story? It's a propaganda, of course.
Before I forget, but I think the issue of the young lady, I think it brings us to a point where we need to start checking facts and fiction.
Yes, I agree.
No, because see, the president himself is a caring man. That's why he cares. That's why he tours. You see him going to all these countries, trying to fix things and bring the good to the Zambian people, because he cares about the Zambian people. And looking at the young lady, she lost her father, she lost her mother. I mean, it's only right for a parent, because he's looking at her like a child. You can imagine losing both parents. Okay, you lose both parents. What's gonna happen to you? So to him, he was just just to bring her close and give her a job, make sure that she's right, and make sure and everything. But because the previous regime, because of their wicked mind and how they were doing things, they think it's the same way with our beloved president. They don't realize that no, he just does things because he will just maybe favor you just because he likes you. Nothing more than that. But as a parent, okay. Now looking at all these people, they look at all what the concocted story from nowhere, and everybody on the internet was talking about it, which is very sad. Why would you create a story like that? It's because that's what you were doing, okay? And it's because that's what you are used to as an organization. But this organization, the UPND organization, we're not about taking advantage of people. We're here to help the Zambian people. That's the difference. So when something like that is done, the opposition think, oh, this is how we're doing it. Obviously, even him, that's what he's doing. No. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't think like the Patriotic Front. We can never be like the Patriotic Front. We don't operate like the Patriotic Front. And even our leaders are not like the Patriotic Front. Okay? We don't keep bags of money to our girlfriends. We don't have girlfriends. Like, our president is a deacon. He's a leader in the church. And there's no way he can just let a young lady like that has lost both parents, to just be there. He has to guide, just out of responsibility as a leader. Okay? Nothing more. Nothing complicated, okay? We've had some leaders who will give you bags of money to say, keep this for me, you're going to be my girlfriend. No. That's not the way it is. That's not what it was. Okay? That's my contribution on this one.
Right. We move on. Doc, your comment on Chipo's propaganda?
Yeah, as Rachanda has said here, it's sometimes it's what comes out of our mouth is what we think about ourselves. So these people who have been talking trash about the young lady Chipo is basically their deeds, the past deeds they were doing. They were appointing young ladies for such type of purposes themselves, and then they just think that everybody does the same thing. So it just reflects. It's just like them looking into the mirror and think, oh, if it were me, that's what I was going to do. So it just comes out that way. So yeah, it's unfortunate that these are the people that want to come back in power. They know they were doing wrong things through and through in all spheres of, as KK used to say, in all spheres of human endeavor. They were doing wrong things, and they still want to come back. They still think that they can come back. And so, to be honest, it's just a reflection of what their deeds used to be. And probably they used to do such things, and they just think that our government does such things to young people, which is not the case in this case. So it's unfortunate. And I was actually very, very sad to see some of those messages reaching my computer from very respectable people that I would expect them to just trash it and say, hey, this is garbage, why even forwarding it?
That's right.
Yeah, so even the people that are forwarding such type of things are contributing, because if you see something, to me, when something reaches my desk, which is out of this world, which is just garbage, I don't have to send it to anybody else. So by sending it to somebody else, you are propagating that trash around the internet. So let's learn to do that as responsible citizens or people. When something comes on your desk and you know that this is let's just forget it and just trash it and ignore it, other than sharing with somebody else, and then that person will share with somebody else and all that type of stuff. So let's be responsible. Thank you.
Great, Mr. Mas. Your comment.
Character assassination. If Chipo is serious, she can sue that reporter Unfortunately, the president cannot sue. He complains, he can only talk about that in public. He cannot sue. It's very unfortunate. But Chipo can seek costs. She can seek the law. The law can help her. That reporter, whoever was involved, that Chiwombo court, if there's anything that went there. So this is, it destroys the future of someone. The integrity.
Right.
She's a lady. Okay. This is hypothetical. Suppose Chipo has a man friend or a fiance. Let's talk. What happens? If that fiance is also funny, you say, hey, say, what is this I hear? She loses that relationship. You are just telling me stories. Look what is happening in the papers. It's not just fair. Before people write whatever they write in the papers, they should not say people will read. And when they read, they will react, and they react in different ways. Like the doc was saying, they'll send it to others for others to know. But again, it's against the law. But the one who published that story, I think, needs to be brought to book. He must justify his impeccable source. Is the source impeccable? Yeah, if he can
No, he has to prove it. He has
if
to
he has
prove
to, if I don't know, if he has to implicate, quite a bit strong sometimes. If he has to implicate source, if he can make his source impeccable, well and good. But in the absence of that, let him be jailed. It's just wrong.
Right. Okay. Moving on. This wasn't on the agenda, but it's something that I picked up very late that I think we should talk about. The BBC reported this week that Zambia is among very few African nations to have.
But the moderator just keep me like I'm not here. That's all right.
Dipthink, I thought you already commented on this. Go ahead, Dipthink.
Have you discriminated them
like right, yeah. Protect the Dipthinker. Tell him to protect it.
So, yeah, Dipthinker, you're protected. You can go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So this is what I took out of there, because I know the president is a very, very intentional person. Very intentional in his thought process, in his dealings, in everything. In that situation, I listened to that person. What I took from there is that Chipo was used as an example. And he even stated that I myself, I can handle it. But behind that message, it is telling me that I am going to protect those that are abused. You can abuse me, but don't abuse the people that I'm leading.
Right.
And he also said the law should visit those that propagate or push false narratives. So, in my mind, and what I'm expecting the UPNB to hammer on and tell the people is that this is a warning from the president that as we get towards 2026, if you push false narratives, the law is going to visit you.
Tell them. Tell them.
Yes, the false narrative is going to visit you. Now I'm giving you an example of what false narrative is and what it does to people, so that nobody has even any doubt about what false narratives can the consequences of false narratives. So 2026, the law is going to be watching on false narratives. Don't tell people false things. Now, Madam Moderator, for just a few seconds, I want to go back to Bakazia's statement about May. May I please?
There is deep thinker taking us back. Go ahead.
No, when the president says, when I come in power, there is going to be no hunger, minimum is going to be 50 kwacha, whatever the president says. That's not false narrative. That is based on the trend, the rain trend and the agriculture trend that has been going on. You make predictions as a leader. You make predictions so that you can plan. However, there are some unforeseen circumstances that might come and disrupt that plan. If you are going to look at the plan, then you see that these people are prepared. If it wasn't for natural disasters, these people were actually prepared. So Ubakazia cannot use the narrative that the president lied that minimum is going to be 50 kwacha or electricity, there will be no load shedding. No, that is blinding yourself from God, the natural disasters. There's nothing anyone could have done there. It's a natural disaster. They didn't have a plan. HH had a plan. Now, the ones that didn't have a plan should talk. They're the ones who are talking the loudest. Come on now. We need mature politics in Zambia. We need to differentiate a lie and a plan in place that's disrupted. We need to differentiate between those two. They lie. There's disruption. Right now, what they're doing is disrupting the leadership of the UPND because they can see that these people have plans. They plan. They sit down and plan. They don't just jump out of nowhere and say, "Oh, we are going to do that." No, it's intentional because the president is a role model demonstrating what leadership looks like, what planning looks like, what execution of plans look like, unless there are natural disasters. I yield.
Deep thinker just took us to church. It's a pity that our beloved resident PS is not here to listen to this. Okay, now shall we go back to the BBC highlighting Zambia's trend making achievements in education, where the current government, the New Dawn government, is on record as having enrolled at least 2 million Zambians with free education. It's a feat that's never been matched by anybody in the sub-region, and here we are. And I'm pretty sure if the deep thinker would have been here, like he talked about last week, he was talking about, free education, but I want all the ministers and the people with money to send their kids to these free education schools as well. So for once, we're getting kudos and a pat on the back from international organizations with a free education policy that this New Dawn government adopted as soon as they came into power 3 years ago. 2 million boys and girls on our books. Gentlemen, your thoughts on this? I mean, let's start with both you and Mr. Maja are teachers. Maybe let's start. Yeah, let's start with Mr. Maja, and we'll go with deep thinker. This 2 million feet that we have in enrollment with the free education.
With the free education thing, what I'm going to say is based on the truth. It's based on the truth on the ground, the facts on the ground. As a group of teachers at my former school,
what is your former school?
Shamilimo Secondary School, where I was teaching.
In Shigatende? Is that Shigatende?
Yeah, Shiwindi district.
But of course, I go Shigatende.
Yes. We had decided to set aside some money for girls and boys that were doing very well in school to be paying their school fees. Each of us as teachers would contribute a 50 kwacha, 70 kwacha, 30 kwacha towards the school fees for this particular girl. And we would pay. Every term this girl would be in school. Every term this boy would be in school. Sometimes we'd even go ahead to sacrifice for books, school bags, to just make things normal for the child. It's true, education had a cost. Now it's no longer the case. It's free education. The child just has got to come to school. And by then, you would find the pupils in the villages could not go to school because, school-going children could not manage to go to school because it had a cost. The cost even affected their writing of exams. At some point, we even said some children are so vulnerable that they can't even afford to pay their exam fees. Very bright child, very bright. And you find he's coming crying in the staff room. My father has no money to pay for my exam fees. I have a goat that I'm selling at this much. I have a chicken that I'm selling at this much. No. Forget about the chicken. Here's the money. Go and slaughter that chicken and have it for your lunch. Pay for your exam fee. And the chap pays for exam fees and is happy and writes the exam. 1 or 2 boys right now are at University of Zambia. They're about to complete. I'm a proud person to have participated in that arrangement. So free education, which has been noticed by the outsiders, by a prophet, done by a prophet in our own homeland who we do not recognize, but it is recognized by others, is a plus because it has brought a difference. Numbers in classes have soared up, they've gone up. Desks, where you had maybe 30, 40 children in class, now you've got hundreds. The only impediment now is where they even have to come in school uniform. But I know one day it will just be like, no uniform, come to school, all of you. Because the numbers are there. You can see for yourself that even children, school-going age, they are now in school. By the way, even old people that dropped out years back, they've seen to say, oh, it's possible to go to school. Some have even stopped selling in markets. They are going back to school to write exams so that they can have a grade 9 certificate to use to be adopted as a counselor, a grade 12 certificate which they can use to be adopted as an MP. What more do we need to see from a leadership? I mean, it's a plus. I yield.
Deep thinker.
No, you don't want to hear what I have to say with this.
No, I want to hear what you have to say.
All right, with the permission from you. Here's the deal. It's good to be recognized. And that shows that the government is working. For me, that is an imperialist recognition.
I knew where that was going. Go ahead.
Now let me. That's an imperialistic recognition. It's better than what it was, and hence the recognition should be given. But the British are looking at space in schools, which was not there. Free space in schools, which was not there during the previous government. When we talk about free education, that's phase 1. Space is just phase 1. Phase 2 is to teach the students, 1, humility, to be human. I don't know if that's going on in the free space. Teach them agriculture. When in the olden days, when my father was a principal of the primary school, there was agriculture. At Sigongo, every student had vegetables that grew a lot of.
Where is that noise coming from?
Probably me.
Let me see.
Probably me
I
because I'm
think
outside.
it's she's like it's deep thinker.
Somebody
So
shaving.
I'm outside. I'm at the lake.
There is deep thinker showing off. All
I,
right, go ahead.
so so for me, the result of, can you hear me? Hello.
We can hear you. You need to go inside, deep think.
Okay, let me head towards my car. Can you hear me now?
Better.
Better. Okay. So for me, free space should come with
We've lost deep
it
thinker.
should
Is
not
it
be
here?
ABCD anymore in schools. They need to learn the values. They need to learn if it's politics. Why the modern day kind of politics is not productive for the young people. The politics of fighting. I don't know if you all watched a video in China where the kindergarten kids start weaving baskets as part of the curriculum. This is part of the curriculum. So the president has set the stage. We can't put it on the president. The permanent secretary needs to look at that curriculum and how productive it is to match up with the free education. I yield.
I didn't realize when I asked the deep thinker to come and just comment on the numbers, we were gonna go into a neo-colonial discussion about free education. But we love that. How about we bring in my lousy husband, the dog? Yeah, so the numbers are in. Free education as enrollment have sold up to 2 million. Your comment.
Okay. The free education is a good thing. First of all, it's a good start. And the critics of free education are saying the quality has gone down. But to me, I would rather have free education with so many kids crammed in class, other than having them at the traffic lights, those traffic lights selling bananas and tomatoes. Their place is not in Zambia, we call them robots. They need to be in class, at least. It's better than being Pama robot selling groundnuts and stuff. So it's a good thing. The critics are saying no. I talked to my PF sympathizers friends. They say no. Take them back on the street. The classes are too crowded. You shouldn't do that. Where they were in PF, it was okay. So the PF have no sympathy for the kids that are on the streets. They are criticizing the kids that are crowded in classrooms. To me, I say it's a good step in the right direction. It's a start, and not the end of the whole program we're trying to do. So then, in terms of quality, yes, I think we have to do what most industrialized countries do. They call it streaming. Okay, we all have gifts. Each and every one of us have natural gifts. There's something that we do very, very, very well. And in our country, if we introduce talent identification in our school systems, we're going to produce very, very powerful engineers, doctors, and all that type of thing. The best thing that you can be in life is something that you want to use as a career, but at the same time, it's your natural gift. That's the thing that you can do best. And in schools, in industrialized countries like Canada, US, what they do, they do the streaming. They sort of get these kids, they observe them and see what they are good at. And as early as grade 11, grade 12, they start streaming them into specific areas where they'll say, you are going to be good in sciences, you're going to be good in arts, you're going to be good in this. And then they start just grade 11, 12, actually 10, 11, 12. I know that in Canada, the kids are already streamed. They know what they want to be in life. Those that want to be lawyers, they do specific courses. They don't do geography, for example. If you want to be a lawyer, you never study geography in grade 10, 11, and 12. If you want to go into the medical field, you never do some courses like history or something like that. So they stream them. So let's start doing that, and that enhances the quality of education. We are overburdening our kids with so many unnecessary subjects in schools. There's no need for these kids. I went to my former high school, secondary school, St. Paul's Secondary School in Chagwa, and I was surprised. When I was there, we used to take about 9-8 courses, and we needed only 6 for the certificate, yeah? But now I found that they're doing 12 courses. That was too much. You don't need to learn the history of the War of China, Great War of China, and all that type of thing, Hitler and all this type of thing. We don't need those type of stuff. Let's weed off some unnecessary subjects and just teach our students, our kids, the necessary subjects that are going to make them more productive citizens. I think we are wasting a lot of the efforts of our kids by teaching them unnecessary stuff. I knew the history of China better than most Chinese people, probably, and the history of Germany, the whole World War I, World War II and stuff. I'm not saying they're unnecessary, but they are necessary for some kids that need to take courses like law and all that, where you have to remember a lot of details, okay? So those are the kids that need to be taught those type of subjects, but not everybody. So that's my only thing that I can say about free education. Yes, it's a good step, but let's refine it into useful learners that are going to be very of quality service to the nation.
Oh
my goodness!
Can I offer some guidance there? Some guidance on what the doc has said.
Can we allow?
Very important.
I think it's very important though.
Very important.
Okay, you have 20 seconds. You have 20 seconds. Go ahead.
I just need 5.
Who's been given?
You are Mr. Macha, and of course, I knew when you bring in teachers, and then we'll go back to Deep Thinker. You both have 25 seconds.
Dr. Isoniso, there is what is called as a pathway in education. There is a academic pathway, there's a skills pathway, and there's a vocational pathway. Those things at least have been taken care of in our current educational setup. And one thing that is happening with the syllabus is that they are changing it to suit what the industry demands. For your own information, currently teachers are undergoing some training that will make it possible for them to use the old way of teaching, where you and I, with the methods that you and I were exposed to. By the time we're reaching grade 11, grade 12, we could read and write a letter. Correct, Wolifanis? So those methods are what they are bringing back to say at least those methods delivered. So why not use them again? Maybe that's the importance of history, to even look at what was old, what was used some time back, can be useful even now. I yield.
I just one comment on that one. I think we shouldn't be talking about the past too much. We should be talking about the future of our education. The past was good, but things are changing really fast. In England now, from kindergarten, the kids are taught coding, computer coding from kindergarten. Okay? Coding is done in England right now, starting from kindergarten. So let's not talk about how we were taught in our generation. Let's talk about the future, what the education system requires for the future manpower or workforce. So computers, number one, everything is going to be computerized. Our kids need the basics of coding, computer programming, and all that, because that's the future of everything we're going to be doing in the future. Thank you.
I think I need to chime in. Can I chime in? I think everybody's spoken. Yeah, I haven't spoken.
Yes, back to I know, but let's. Deep Thinker had a
The PS is here
25-second
too.
submission before you come in, and then we'll go to Bakazia. In that order, please. Deep Thinker.
I think well, Dr. Yusoni said some important thing now. Some things he might not say. I'm going to say it. Learning about that history of Chairman Mao, and that's irrelevant. We don't know our own history, our own struggles, our own economic development, but we go to emphasize on foreign history. That doesn't take us anywhere. We can read, teach us how to read. We'll read about that history. The important thing is, if we are going to talk about Chinese or European nations, we need to talk about economic development. What are some nuggets we can get from there that we can use for economic development? Then the second thing that I suggest we do is skills-based assessments. Other than the assessments that we use for higher ed or post-secondary and they're based on the imperialistic kind of thinking. Yeah, theory. We need the practicals there. We need I liked special paper 1 and 2, but I like an improved version of that where our kids are actually thinking through things, they're discovering, they're processing things as a part of the assessment. X plus 5 equal to 12 does not help me anywhere to prepare me for this economic development that we're going through right now. So we need assessment is going to, once we figure the assessment piece out, we are going to figure the instructional piece out as well. Then it will help us to develop what we call interventions for the students based on the assessments that we give that are futuristic. I yield.
Bad Lufia, you can come in.
Well, I think this topic has been we've talked about the education system in Zambia for a long time now, and I can only blame it on the people that are in charge of writing up all this curriculum. And look, there's a board. Obviously, there's a board. Every education system has a school board. So that school board, I mean, what have they been doing for the last 50 years? And what are they going to do for the next 50 years? So, we need to put in. Is it maybe because the board it has people that are old? Okay, so if we have people that are old, then we need to replace them with young people with fresh minds that can think in that futuristic kind of setup. Because just like the other colleague was talking about when it comes to coding and everything, like yes, it's even become like a small business where you can take your kid to go learn how to build a robot. It's like a business. Like people, all these coders, they got all these programs. You can go, you can take your kid for 2-3 weeks. They can go there, they learn how to do it. That's how Zambia we need to be. If we are going to, drive this revolution when it comes to industrialization, we first need to bring in that kind of concepts right from the early start, when the kid is just young. They have to know how a computer works, how this works, the mechanisms, how this, by the time they're growing up, then we know that, oh, okay, we have a developed world. Because we cannot force things, or we cannot teach an old horse new tricks. So the education board of Zambia. They need to refresh themselves, first of all. And if they need to replace themselves, they need to do that. Because, I mean, if you have the same people and all the time we have all these discussions, I mean, we've just been discussing it, oh yeah, we need to do this, but nothing has been done. Okay, it's just been a discussion. Okay, what has been done? What are there any implementation programs? Are they slowly bringing into the curriculum from primary school? But what are they doing? Okay, we need to know, and we need to understand it. Because if for example, I have a child in Zambia who's at a primary school, they need to come home and tell me, no, Dad, we learned about how to create a spreadsheet, spreadsheet. How can I do a Word document? How can I do kids, you say, oh no, and then all these things now they start trickling down to a level whereby each and individual household should have internet. Internet shouldn't be like a luxury. It should be something normal, just like having electricity.
That's what our president, why he has brought Elon Musk's internet in Zambia.
Now let's not talk about Elon Musk right now, Doctor. I mean,
but here's the thing: the main point is this: we need to have
internet is a driver of development right now
in each and every household. There should be internet. It shouldn't be like a luxury. Even if no.
In conclusion,
in simple, just to make it easy and for everybody to understand, development should be intertwined. School boards, they need to revisit themselves and they need to adjust themselves. They need to fire each other. Bringing new people that have better ideas. That's what we need to do. We don't have to have the same people asking themselves the same questions every year. Thank you.
Brilliant,
Madam Moderator.
brilliant.
Just 2 minutes, 2 seconds, 2 minutes.
2 seconds. Deep thinker, 2 seconds.
So, and I normally don't talk about this, but I will in this forum because education is a passion for me.
We know it.
I teach at a university in Uzbekistan, Webster University in Uzbekistan, and my part
Where
of
where is that?
Just below China.
Oh, it's in Europe. Where is it?
No, right below China. Russia is on the other side.
Oh,
yes. I teach curriculum design, development, and implementation as a course. And that course is funded out of the president's office. And part of that curriculum development, it does not even include internet or anything. It includes just the basic things that the students need to know for the development of their country. How do we plan the curriculum that promotes what we call water, not preservation, but how to preserve water? I'm not talking about dams. I'm talking about not burning the grass in the summertime because then you are exposing the land. So those curriculum designers have to be exposed. We talked about coding. I'm not saying anything bad about coding. It's a critical piece in this modern world. But we need to know that in this age of AI, I can pull out any kind of coding from AI. So we have to design a curriculum that is practical based on our needs as a country. a country that is barely is struggling with feeding itself because of droughts, we need to learn about those technologies that can actually preserve water so that we have agriculture going on throughout the year. That's what our students need to know. We have a generation of students that cannot, with a big yard, they get nice houses with big yards. They don't have the skills to even plant vegetables in the backyard. We first of all, we gotta eat before we talk technology. We gotta eat before we talk politics. We gotta eat.
Right.
So we need to develop our students to look at their surrounding and how they can make something out of their surrounding.
Right, Tip Thinker. Absolutely amazing submissions there. But if you were my grandmother, her name was or is Natuwotu Shajule. Shajule. Her only thing she would say to me, she was like, "Don't look at me like this because I'm old." But I was once a beautiful young girl who was married to the only educated African man in my village in Shikatende. All right, that's my grandmother. Not to want to Shajule for you. So shall we now? Should we conclude? Bakazia did come here, but it's gone again.
He left again.
He left again. So
I would want us to spend a little bit more time on this subject because it's a very important subject, because this is what develops a country. Education, as our president always insists, is the very, very, very cardinal in the development of a country. What our brother Deep Thinker said here is very important, but I think the level at which you are looking at is very important. The basic necessity of any society needs to be laid first. But in this modern world where we're living in, things are moving really, really fast, that you're gonna sink if you not move with time. For example, Zambia has got sunlight 24/7, 12 months a year, and the sunlight, at least you see the sun every day in Zambia. We don't have our own technology to tap on this solar thing. So when it comes to those type of things, we need our own geniuses, our little young people to come up with, who knows, we can come up with our own version of our solar panels that are basic, but really producing enough power for us in the villages. So that's where technology comes in, and where coding and all these things come in, because the world is moving really fast. And as you have said, people are talking about being a coder, and if you're coding, you're a computer programmer, and that now there's AI. AI will tell you something within seconds. But even that AI will be controlled by somebody who is going to learn more about technology and other stuff later on. So the faster we move as a human species, the better for our countries. So, yeah, just as much as Kaunda introduced, go back
Did
to
I
the
lose you, or somebody? You lost me.
Yes.
Madam Moderator.
The moderator is gone. I think she's not here now. Anyway, so
what happened? Who lost who?
I couldn't hear, so.
You couldn't hear what I was saying? I think the moderator had done something. She skipped out of her role.
No, the moderator left because my iPad power went off, so I had to do some last minute connection.
Oh, so nobody was listening to me, eh?
No, I was. Yeah. I was listening to what you were saying.
Yeah. So what I'm saying that those are different levels of needs. There are basic needs, intermediate needs, and advanced needs of our society. So yes, we should start by growing vegetables, but then there are some intermediate technological needs that we need, and then advanced ones as well for us to survive in this modern world, which is interconnected. We will not survive on our own. We need, our kids should compete internationally. We should not create graduates that can only exist in Lusaka. No.
Correct.
We should,
Correct. Now, everybody, hold your thoughts. Hold your thoughts right now. Let me bring in, of course, Bakazia is back, but let me read in some comments here from our viewers, and we're gonna start by a comment here from the Zambian representative in Australia. What do they call him? Australian High Commissioner, Australian High Commissioner in Australia, Dr. Elias Munsha. He's telling us thank you. So just in case you don't know, sometimes we come out here and we just speak. We don't know who's listening in. So thank you, Doc Elias, for you tuning in today. And then we have this one. He's just calling himself the Facebook user, and he's saying they are trying to bring internet even in rural areas, which is a plus for our country. And then he or she goes on further to say, okay, we are not talking about COSAF, are we? Okay. Or I guess we'll talk about politics there. Yeah, and also, the High Commissioner in Australia just confirmed. He's saying he's following us. So give yourself a pat on the back. All right, so shall we go back to Bakazia? Bakazia is back. Bakazia, we're talking about this recent report from the BBC, just giving us a pat with the 2 million enrollment in the free education policy. Your comment on that? I know, Bakazia, you're in at Prince Edward Island, wherever that is. Your comment on that? But anyway, your comment. In view that we have a high commissioner here listening to us out of Australia, and I think his home base was in Canada at some point. I could be wrong.
Yes, that is Wamusha.
Yes, he's listening in.
Wamusha is good to hear. I'm happy that he's listening in.
There you go.
Yeah, the first thing is that free education is always a very good thing if implemented right. I shared some time that probably instead of crowding 120 kids in one class, how about if they are given probably less time so that the teachers can maybe have manageable time, divide the class, then divide the times that they're going to be in class. For instance, if the 120 kids from 8 to 10, why don't we say 8 to 10 will be 50 of them, or maybe 50, and then the other 50 come in the afternoon? Or the other can come late in the afternoon for 4 hours up to 6, so that at least there is a right attention to the kids that is given. That is what I've said about free education and the numbers. Because honestly speaking, as we have been trained as teachers, you are much know. The ones that we trained, you know. There's no way you're going to give 120 kids adequate time attention. Some of them will be just there because they have nothing to do and waste time. And at times they can even pick bad habits. So I would rather they structure it that way. Then coming to the other critical matter that I've seen in terms of addressing the quality, I want to see people that we pay for including my kids in those classes. You see, what I've realized is the problem is that as public officers, given public money, the people that we tax, people that pay for us, their kids are in 120 class. Our kids are trended and we are paying 400,000 kwacha a year. I think that is a disservice. If we want our kids and to quickly ramp up the free education and making sure that the children, we address some of these quality and the quantity concerns, let's have everyone who is working in public service. If you choose public service life, your kids must be in public schools, because then we will address that quite quickly. We can't have a situation where today I'm not permanent secretary, my kids are in government school. Tomorrow I'm appointed PS, my kids are all of a sudden in Trident. And then they start getting the quality because there are just like 20 kids in a class. So I think this is something that we must be able to see how we address the issues to do with quality vis-a-vis quantity. Otherwise, the concept of free education is good. We must see that it is addressed rightly, and we also do not get shortcutted by people that are addressing free education, taking their children out of public schools. Let's have all our kids in public schools. Like the way it is here in Canada. My kids learn with everyone else. They learn with the governor's children. They are together in the same class. I don't want to see that thing not being addressed. So that is my comment on that. Otherwise, it's a good thing to do.
For the first time ever. For the first time ever.
Can I just say something
I'm
about?
agreeing with Rakazia. Go ahead, Dom.
The fact that he mentioned something which is not true about the governor's child going to school with his child. In Canada, there are also private schools, and citizens have the right to take their kids wherever they want, including government workers. So to say that every government employee or every civil servant should never take their kids to private schools, that would not be a good thing to do. That's infringing somebody's rights, to be honest. I know that in Canada, there are a lot of private schools, and the people that can afford can send their kids to government schools. The thing is that the quality of government schools in Canada, because it's a rich country, it's much, much, much higher. So actually, some people say there's no need to take your kid to a private school because what they're going to learn anyway is the same as in public school. So, but still, people take their kids to private schools.
I don't know.
Just on that one, I think let me just chime in. Let me just chime in.
Before you chime in, let's give Vakazia a chance to respond
to that.
Now, maybe before you come in just a little bit, I will say this. My son, in the first 10 years, he was in private school, but then I just discovered that the last 2 years before he goes to college, he needs to be in a public school. So I put him in a public school. I mean, I live in a nice area, okay? I put him in a public school, but the chap has been insisting like there's no tomorrow. That's a discussion for another topic. Vakazia, your answer.
Yeah, but Danny, I don't know when you say what I'm saying is not correct, because here, the premier of the province, the children are in public schools. So the mere fact that in public schools, yes, the quality is good. That's what I'm actually trying to talk to about. So that they are in private schools. No, because everybody wants to have their children in public schools because they are financed right, everything is right in public schools. That is what I'm trying to say here. I'm saying if I'm permanent secretary, why should my children go to Trident and pay 400,000 and yet I'm being paid by the same children who are 120 in class? Why should it be my child must be special at that point in time? If I'm a businessman, yes, I don't have a problem. Because if you're a businessman, yeah, well and good, yes, because you can afford it. You're making money out of your profits and the things that you're doing. So it would be unfair to force anyone to take children in private school. But when you're public, you are being financed by my money. Why should your child be having preferential treatment? That's what my question is. But if you think it doesn't make sense, well and good.
Okay, so let me just come in. Let me just come in on that one.
I'll let Rachel come in and then Deep Thinker. And then after the Deep Thinker, I have more comments here that I need to read from our viewers.
I think we're talking about first and foremost, we need to first of all congratulate the UPND government introducing free education, because if we look at in the past, most Zambians, Avana, they were found on the streets. Because why? No, now,
and just to add on, Rachel, before you proceed with your thoughts, this phenomenon of junkies, it comes from the lack of education. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is what used to happen was because now kids were now subjected to the fact that they're living life, they don't have, their parents can't afford them to go to school, so they start living on the streets. So that led to an increase in all these kids on the streets. Now, when this brilliant government, they came in with a brilliant idea to say, look, can we have free education just like it was in the counter days, so that our children are able to go to school for free? There was an influx of like a lot of people were going to school, and it's a good bad problem. Okay, so the schools, yes, the classes are overcrowded, but it's a good problem. Why is it a good problem? It's because now we can now identify and see and get statistics to say all these years, okay, all these children were on the streets. Now, what can we do? Now it's going to give us a tally. It's going to give us a statistic to tell us how many schools we're going to build, how many teachers we have to employ. Because even if you don't have those statistics, how are you going to know? So now we know that, oh, okay, now in class, instead of there were 30 students, now they've got 60 students. Okay? So what we need to do, then we need to build more classes. That's where CDF comes in. Each and every area and member of parliament and councillor and everywhere, wherever they are in the communities, they're able to say, in this community, we have a one block a classroom. Can we now have it into a 3? Okay? So all those things. Now you start building on those things. You start having those statistics. You start, and it's giving that data coming back to the government. And the government is saying, look, let's increase CDF. Okay, from where it is, let's increase it to this much. Okay, so that's one angle of looking at these issues. Now, if we dive into deeper when it comes to education system, like I was talking about, okay, you know, it's something that you know we need as Zambians. First of all, we need to look at a Zambian level, a Zambian level. You know, here in Canada, in the Western world, you know, there are the private schools and stuff like that. But in Zambia, most private schools, in fact, let me say it this way, most ministers or government officials take their children to private schools. Why? It's because they've got that money, okay, that luxury, okay, that they shouldn't have. Okay, I can bet you $1 million today if you ask Bowman Lusambo where his children go to, which school they go to. It's a private school. Okay, that's just one example. Just to put it out there, one example. I can tell you, his children go to a private school. Why? Is it because you know, there's no education system that's good enough for his kids? No, it's because of that prestige. Talk about, you know, perfume, you know, Yam Kashiwandi can buy rentals. It's because he's got that extra money to spend. That the money. In conclusion, I'm a private schools are there.
I can hear you, Bakazia. I'll come back to you as soon as I read this comment. Go ahead.
Okay. So in conclusion, private schools are good. It's a balance, but our own education system, public system, is what's important, because all we need to do is just, like I said, employ more young people in the education board to bring in fresh and new ideas and improve on the curriculum. And let it start living on. It should be a living thing. Like, it should be looking at what we're doing now in the 21st century. It shouldn't be outdated. We shouldn't be using an outdated 1960 curriculum that was you know, laid out for us. We need to move ahead.
Right. Brilliant thoughts there, yeah, and I hope those in leadership are listening in. But I have to go back to the comments. I did promise.
Madam Moderator, I thought I was going first before. But that's all right.
Okay. Use 25 seconds, dear deep thinker.
All right. So earlier on, there was a comment that said that there were a lot of kids that ended up in the streets. Let me be very honest with you. It doesn't matter whether there is free education or not. Kids are going to end up in the streets if the education system is not aligned to the needs of the country. It- you- we're looking at education here. I need us to look at education not in isolation from what the president is doing. The opening of the minds and all these things he's doing, he's also expanding education, increasing the number of students in schools so that they can fill those positions in the companies that he's opening up. Okay, what Dr. Diswaniso and I are saying is, let's look at the environment itself. Let's look at the industries themselves in our country. And then, having looked at those things, we need to teach our children how to, or prepare them to take over positions in these companies. So when we talk about solar energy, we have a lot of sunlight, and we keep importing solar panels without opening schools that are going to actually develop that technology. Then we are going to continue to be a consumer society. That's what we need to move away from, being consumers. And we're consuming leftovers from other countries. We're consuming what other countries don't need anymore. So we will be back behind in technology all the time, behind in everything. So we need parts of the solar system so that the kids can assemble those. And if they break, they know how they built it up. They can still fix it if it needs to be fixed. But if we keep importing, when it dies, we throw away. I saw it in the villages. That's what they do with those solar panels. They don't do anything with them. They just throw away and go buy something. That's a consumer mentality. So what Doc and I are saying is that we need to prepare our students for the future beyond just speaking fluent English.
All right. Thank you, Jim Thinker. So I'll go back to the comments, and this comment, I think I read earlier. I had read it as a Facebook user, and so I've just been corrected here. So this Facebook user is actually my brother. He's my mother's nephew. He's actually a professor, or should I call him? He's a, what do you call him? He's a nursing a professor at Kitwe School of Nursing. His name is Jim Hambwalula. So we're not even going to go even there. We're not even going to go further. Just referencing the Hambwalula name.
Declared interest.
Brings all kinds of things in here. I know, but I mean that's my lineage. So this is my lineage from my mother's side. I think earlier I was talking about my father's side, my grandma from my mother's side.
Read the comments, Miss Moderator. Please read the comments. We want to hear the comments.
So here's a comment.
Yes.
From my cousin, from my brother, Jim Hambwalula. We grew up together. He's saying for the COSAFA team Zambia 2024 trophy to be ours, there was some amount of input. Focus was a strong input. Now, for Zambia to be a developed country, away from the world, political, economical dynamics, we have a lot of challenge to overcome, and focus on what works is going to be very essential. Knowledge that will suit our needs as part of the world, not as part of a former British protectorate. Skills, basic and advanced change of work, culture, ethics, and tenure, e.g., shifts all to go. And then he goes, Jim, that's my brother. So there is always a starting point. What the government has done is to take all the children to school. There were no deaths in schools, and now more deaths are being brought in schools, made by local people. And he's telling me good night. So that's my brother from my mother's side, Lugwalo, that unfortunately I have to mention.
How you doing?
Lugwalo village. They are all coming in because I mentioned Chikatende earlier from my father's village. Come on, Zambians, we are all a boiling pot. So essentially, my brother Jim is saying there's a starting point, Mr. Maj.
Bakalinda.
Yes, Bakazia.
There's
My
something that I
brother
need
is saying
to,
there's a starting point
yeah, there's something
from
I need to
Lugwalo.
put very
Let's
categorically.
highlight from Lugwalo village.
Hello,
Because I'm not gonna hear the rest of this in my family WhatsApp from my mother's side.
Wakalinda.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to put something on a very good record, which
Yes.
unless disputed. One of the things is that there has always been the thought that free education has come up now. It is not the right way. Free education has been extended. In the previous government, primary schools were not paying. Grade 1 to 7, there was no payment. That was done. Now, to make things operational and to make the basic necessities of teaching, each school, through the Parent Teachers Association, was making a determination whether for the kids to pay what was called PTA fund, just in case government financing delays, then they can have a few things bought or not. That was a parent-driven kind of pay. From government, it was not charging any of that. The new Dawn government came and removed that. So it is important to make that very clear. Now, my personal view, is that at times what is not paid for is not respected. The country right now requires a lot of money to finance free education. And at times, government grants to the schools is delayed. And at times, price fluctuations to the essentials of education at times sweeps off the money that government has provided for the school. And at that point in time, the children are not taught. At times, there's no chalk to just write on the board. And because teachers are not allowed to do anything, they will take the kids to go and play in the soccer, in the football pitch and stuff like that, or just send the kids away. Teachers at times are scared to say that, because if a teacher opens the mouth to say, "Oh, I'm unable to teach because I don't have chalk," then Pandora's box is opened. So, as much as we must think about this free education, for me, I would still think that some form of user fees must be introduced to maintain the sustainability of education. Otherwise, to just depend on government alone with all these compounding priorities that government has, it will be very, very difficult. Government has a lot of pressure on it right now. The pay structure, if you see our GDP right now, we are lucky because probably there's been money that we're not paying. By 2025, I know that there's some bullet payment that will be coming. It will be very, very challenging. Government must reconsider putting some level of parental decision, whether through the PTAs they see that there's need for them to have some level of payment be done. That option can be given. But if government, for one reason or the other, think that it is okay, they can manage to, to finance it entirely. Well and good for it. But I don't see that happening, because that is where the government officials start to take the kids out of the government system and then taking them into private schools. I do not want to see my children as a minister or as a PS, of course, which I enjoyed at the time, but I don't think it's right that my kids must enjoy better than the kids of the people I'm saving. We must be able to subject the children of those that are paying me to the same standard. That is my position.
In conclusion.
Submitted.
Oh,
It's some
shall
things I
we
don't
move
agree with.
now? Now we're gonna be stuck on free education and
Some
are we
things I don't
moving on?
agree with.
There are a lot of things I don't agree with either.
Yeah, plenty of things I don't agree with.
Oh my God.
Kazila's said a lot of things which
Oh
are
my God.
not.
Okay.
Which are
We
not
start
true.
with you,
I don't
Doc.
expect you to agree with me all the time, Daddy.
Okay. We start with you, Doc. I think both of you are docs actually. I just never I never got to use it on Deep Thinker.
So let me
but I'll use it on Deep Thinker today too. So we'll start on Dr. Liswaniso, and then we'll go to the Doc Deep Thinker.
What my friend here, Chanda, said is partially correct and partially wrong, in the sense that in any
it's
society,
my opinion, please.
Oh, your opinion, yes.
Yeah, so give your opinion. Don't say my opinion is wrong.
Okay, your opinion.
Yeah.
Your opinion. The thing about previous government having to fund so-called free education, to be honest, there was literally no free education before, especially in the past 5-6 years when things were so critical.
That is not true.
You see, when you are saying parental guided fees for running schools, that is what sent thousands, if not millions of kids on the streets. I'm telling you, every child was supposed to be paying money, contribute money for paper, for chalk, for everything, disregarding the economic capability of their parents. Everyone was put on the same slate. In Canada, where we live, when the government is subsidizing anybody, they look at what you earn and how much you should pay or for your accommodation. If they put you in a subsidized housing, they'll tell you, okay, let's see how much you get. If you get $400, someone would say, someone gets $2,000, they'll put you in the same one, but someone will be paying more. In Zambia, it wasn't the case. In Zambia, every child was told, bring this, that's it. They don't look at the income of your parents. And that's really disadvantaged a lot of parents. Because some parents could not even afford their own money just to eat. But the schools were very adamant. You don't come, you are out. So that is the wrong thing that used to happen in the previous government. Parents were all put in one basket. Whether you are a manager in the company or whatever, your child has to go a certain amount of money to school, otherwise you're out. That was injustice. You don't do that to society. We are not all equal. So for us to have a number, that used to happen whereby one fee for everybody. And some people, that fee was more than what they earn as a family. So that was why.
Oh my goodness, Danny. Oh my goodness.
It's true.
How do you guys come up with things that are not true?
If you have a security guard in Zambia, a security person who is just a security guard at someone's house, how much does he get? And that child has that man and the wife have a child going to school, and they were told, bring this amount of money with somebody who is a manager at whatever one of the factories. It's not fair. It wasn't fair. That's why you found kids of the poor.
None of that was happening, Danny.
Can I chip
anyway,
in? Can I chip in?
Before you chip in, I think a Deep Thinker was next, and then we'll go to you, Mr. Max.
Okay, I think Doc actually mentioned some things, but I want to ask Kazia one question. Since you said it's your opinion, is it a matter of opinion or fact that when there's no chalk in this government, there's no learning taking place? Is that a matter of fact or opinion?
But Deep Thinker.
Mm-hmm.
It is a matter of fact, because half of my family are teachers, by the way, in the rural setups of Zambia. That is one of the things that is currently happening. And you will see, it is where the problem comes, where I don't agree with what Dan is saying, that, oh, the child of a security guard or all that. That is not what was the government position was. Do not send the children away because they've not paid a PTA fund.
Stay with me,
Nobody did that.
Bakazia. Stay with me, Bakazia. Please.
Okay.
Stay with me. The other thing I didn't agree with you is that if I have to send my children to public school, that's taking my freedoms away. It would be nice to take my children to public school, but I don't have to. Because for me, schooling, I don't look at it as a presence in a school. For me, schooling is, what do I want for my child? If there is a program in a public school where they're teaching accounting to primary school kids, that's where I want my kid. But in the meantime, we will be working as a government to get to that. But right now, we probably don't have the resources. We're still trying to find the resources to put those programs in the public schools. But I'm not. My child's age is advancing. By the time we get to that, my child will be out of school and without the skills that I need my child to have. So I just don't agree that because I'm the president of a country or minister, I have to put my kids in a public school. It'll be nice. I yield.
All right, shall we move on? And actually, I have to make a little correction here. So Alice Vanji says, I mean, this is somebody I went to school with. She's a good friend of mine. She's in the UK. So she's saying this is not true. Children were sent away from school if they didn't pay. Alice Vanji is telling us that somebody I went to school with. It's a good friend of mine out of the UK. I was just reading in comments, so let's bring in Mr. Marsh, your comments.
We were told how to frame the sending away of kids. We were told not to say that go away. We were told to say go and call your parent. When a parent comes and says, you have chased away my child, we said no.
Say that again, Mr. Maja. Mr. Maja, say that again.
That is now what a fact is. You hear that fact?
Say that again, Mr. Maja.
We were told.
Repeat what you just said.
We were told. Don't send away a child. We go and call your parents. When a parent comes, we didn't say, what did your child tell you? That's the thing. Now we are here. Let's discuss. It was the, education.
I like it. So who told you that?
The system.
It wasn't happening.
Who told you about that?
You said it wasn't happening.
We were told how to frame it.
I want to know who told you about that?
The system.
That is what you are asking, Danny. I'm asking Macha. Who told him that?
The system we were told. We were told in the system to say, don't ever send a child away. Advise the child to go and call the parents. So that when the parent comes in school, you even say, okay, you parent, you are not going until you tell us why you are not paying for the child.
And my friend
in the
Alice
meantime,
Vanji in England is confirming that.
In the meantime,
used to happen.
that child would go to class and learn. Then you devise it. The line is breaking. The system.
Our resident PS. I have here my friend. She's of high rescue out of the UK.
Now,
Alice
what would happen?
She is saying
What would happen?
that is not true. children were sent away from school if they didn't pay.
And listen, I've not finished my point. When the child now
Go
gets
ahead,
in school,
Go ahead, Bama.
when the child gets in school with a parent, you now detain the parent and let the child go in class. Say you are the parent who is not paying. So what do we talk about? You have come now. What are the challenges with money? You would even get into a payment plan. A payment plan where this parent say, no, I don't have money. All I just have
mute your thing.
I have maybe I've a goat, I've a chicken, I've got some bags of maize. Those bags of maize would be brought and auctioned at a price that would fit the school fees.
It was really bad.
That was what happened.
That was bad. That was under PF government.
That is it. That is it.
That was bad.
Yes. Now someone comes and says, forget about all those things where you want people to paying some money. It will just be free education, and people are complaining.
Not complaining. They are saying it used to happen. Yes, PF are saying they used to offer free education too.
No.
Sympathizers are saying the same thing.
No.
Yeah, but we have independent people here like Alice Vanji, out of the UK. She's saying that is not true. Children were sent away from school if they didn't.
The former PS Kandagazia didn't know that used to happen.
Yeah.
And he was a PS.
Yeah.
And he's arguing that it never used to happen. Nobody
but I mean, we have people here independent. It's not even us that are saying this used to happen.
I think Bagazia need to be protected. He need to respond to that.
Bagazia just left the building. Bagazia left the building.
Oh, he's gone.
Comes back.
Yeah, but the deep thinker told him that, is that your opinion or you think it's a fact? He said it was a fact. And then we have a current teacher there who is saying, no, we used to do this. So what?
And we have somebody else here who is not a teacher. She's saying that's not true.
The best information we get is from
parents. For those whose parents did not come into school, the children also stopped coming to school.
That was the end.
We just find this, and we just find the child roaming the streets. Now, us as teachers, like I talked about earlier on, would identify this child. This child had something in the head. Why don't we put our resources together as teachers? We contribute something so that this child is able to be back in class. We went an extra mile. Now we are happy the government has brought that free education and things are happening.
And at this point, let me just say my other cousin from Lugualo village, Humphrey, he's out of Mazabuka. He's just telling all of you good night. Humphrey Jire. That's my other cousin.
It must be very late out there in Zambia.
Yeah. He's my sister's elder brother's son.
I lived in Mazabuka and in Jomona for a long time.
Oh, he's in Kalea, I think. He's in Kalea. Anyway, then are we going to be stuck on this free education?
I think we've tackled what we need to discuss and iron out a lot of issues on the free education.
Yeah, so should we move?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
but before we move on, we should clap for our government for introducing free education.
Okay.
Of course, I can start with that.
Clap. Bachanda Kazia is here to refute that. Clap. We are clapping for free education and the 2 million kids walking road.
I wanted to ask Vamata a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I said, Vamata, you said you were told. Who told you?
The system. Your system. Your system.
And I am very happy that the system told you. Because that is how people, when they don't have answers, you create an answer.
Yeah,
when you say a system, they must someone must be responsible to tell you. You can't just say, oh, the system told me. How do we know it was not a manufactured system that you've just done now?
It's your PF system.
So the system told you, but it is okay if the system is mentioned. But one of the things that for me I've said is that I have always said free education is a good thing, but at what cost are we going to have this? And then why should we have things that we can structure properly? Because I'm telling you,
excuse me,
the only time
Mr. Chanda.
I will respect free education
Mr. Chanda,
is
a
when
point
I
of
see
interjection.
my minister's children in the same class.
Wait, Bamasha, you can come. You can do the write up after Bamasha. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rakazi. You had something to say.
No, I think I've made my point very clear.
Yes.
That for me, I will respect this free education very well. The moment I see that the senior government officials who are paid by the taxpayers, the same children that are crowded in those classes and their children are there as well, then I will be able to really, really appreciate free education. Right now, I know it's a good thing, but we are not doing it right. Because the people that are propagating it, they are taking their children out of the same system that they are promoting. Thank you.
Oh, cool.
I boil with anger when I look at how much money was looted by those PF thugs at the expense of a poor child in the village that never went to school. They stole millions. The Eurobond, they bought, they're in court. They're in court for a lot of offenses to do with money.
Bamacha, I can't hear you, Bamacha.
The looted funds by the PF thugs could have been used to provide the free education, which is there now. But they chose not to do that. They lined their pockets instead of lining the schools with money. It's just practical. The money that is being spent on free education is equivalent. It's 10 times equivalent to what maybe one or two ministers stole. So free education, it's okay. PF government could have provided it, but they chose not to. They in fact chose to line their pockets to go and dance in USA, chartering planes. Kasakakandalama was Kasakakandalama ever used in free education? In Indina Kasakandalama, why didn't the Kasakandalama go to free education? Kasakandalama was just used to fund cadres and pay for their girlfriends. Right.
Okay. Just to finish it off.
Yes. Yeah.
Just to finish it off. You know, I think we need to iron it out and just say, like, look, whether people agree with free education or not, it's a good thing. I mean, look at how the system was in the 60s and the 70s. A lot of people benefited going on free education, which was introduced by the counter government. And now we have leaders that can testify to say, because of free education, I'm now a president. Because of free education, I'm now a minister. So the same concept. Now imagine 10, 40, 30 years from now, the kids that were giving all this free education, what testimonies are they going to give at that point? Okay. And the testimony, it will say, this happened in the UPND government. That's why I'm educated. Okay. So the impact, you know, some people may think it's a small thing, but the impact is huge. Okay. It's very huge to a point where, you know, generations and generations are going to talk about this.
There will be people who were chased and now they're back. They will they give that testimony one day.
Such people like background.
Yes.
He's going back to school.
So those are the things. I mean, that's what we need to look at. The bigger picture is Havana, they're going to school, they're getting free, they're being educated, which we want. We want Zambians to be educated. We don't need young Zambians to be uneducated. No, we want them to be educated so that if a politician comes on a platform, they're able to say, you see what I'm saying? They're able to understand these things. They're able to grasp. Okay? Because in the past, I can tell you, like, very few people were educated and very few people were willing to read and understand this politics of the country. But now that people are now opened up, and now that this government is saying, look, go to school, go and be a lawyer so that you come and argue your statement. If you want to be a teacher, go to school so that we so something shake up and hold. You see? And now people now have got that wide knowledge. Nobody's restricted. Okay? Nobody's just going there just to get Nakasaka Kandalama per market. No. The president is saying, go to work. Okay? Ngatawa skill. Kawi, it's free. They're going to train you in trade schools right now. They're training people for free. Doesn't matter what grade 4, grade 5, or grade 7 certificate. Now they've removed that. You can go and get skills that can help you in the future. These things were never happening, but it's happening now. So we need at least to say, look, the current government in the next, I was saying in the next coming 50 years, there will be a lot of testimony. That's why I'm saying, look, it's going to be very hard for somebody to come and remove the UPND government. Because I haven't heard anything new or anything brilliant that's going to say otherwise. If I heard it, I'll be the first person to say, look, I think this person is saying this. But I'm not hearing anything. I'm sorry. Thank you.
In conclusion,
I've concluded already.
All right, so let me go back to the comments, because today we're really having a very interactive session with our Facebook viewers. So Alice comes back, Banji. She says, for your own information, more children were taken away from private schools to government schools. Private schools are now complaining. So with that comment from Alice, shall we put a caveat on this gentleman and move on to the next topic? Because free education, it's not going to end here. What my beloved Losi husband, Doc, you had something to say. I saw you raise your hand.
One thing we should realize about as Zambians, it doesn't mean that when you take your children to private school, you are stealing from government or something like that. It doesn't, because that was a notion that PF people used to think about. There's what is known as family riches or fortunes. There are people that their families are well-to-do. So you can't say because you're a minister, don't take your children to school. That is very, very unfair. Okay? If I'm going to go to Zambia right now, I've got a bit of money. I'm going to go back home and I become a minister, which I might become the minister when I go to Zambia. I'll go in politics and become a minister one day. And someone tells me don't. Because you're a minister, don't take your child to school, to your private school. Is that fair? No. Just because I'm taking my kids to a private school, I have enough money of my own. Why should I not take kids where that freedom of choice should not be taken away from me just because I'm serving the Zambian people? Anyway, let's move on.
Let's move on. Because I
think I'm the one that mentioned that one.
I think I intended
I'm the one that talked about it.
Are you asking me the question to answer?
Yeah,
it's not a question, it's just a statement.
No, because I'm the one that talked about it. I'm the one who raised the matter.
When is Lady Sarah?
It's not a question.
I'm saying I'm the one. You ended your statement by saying, are you saying I should do this?
No.
Then for me, I was saying, if you choose, because nobody forces you to be a minister. Nobody forces you to get.
Nobody forced me to take my kids to a private.
Yes, that's why if I'm paying you, I can force you.
No.
You understand? Because I am paying you. You are not getting your.
That law can never.
Okay.
Can I finish?
You
let's
can
go to the next
as well
topic,
say I'm going to be a minister and I'll not get any money from public.
I
Yeah,
think the
that might
bottom
be a
line is
3
this.
hours, 20 minutes back as here.
Okay.
Sure,
Bottom
let's
line
go.
is this. What's a
I mean,
private school
I
anyway?
didn't realize that I'm bringing a topic
Wakalinda,
on
please.
education. Yeah, but
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
okay, 30 seconds.
Yes, so 10 seconds. I was just telling you, Dan, if you choose to be a minister, then we should not pay you. Now, what end? You can as well.
That's what true leaders do. Like my
Yeah.
president, my
Yeah,
current
man.
president, my current president is not getting paid. That's what a true leader is.
Yeah. I think my conclusion on this one is this.
I think we should just go to the next topic. Actually, I mean,
Yeah, let's go.
3
Let's go to the
hours,
next
20
program.
minutes.
Let me just say
back,
2 seconds. If you
Next topic.
let me just say something. What's a private school anyway? Because to be honest, I've had friends that went to private schools.
Yeah.
You see, Mama Wakalinda,
Don't go there. My
All right.
son, no. I mean,
No, I'm just to give it the way it is.
I know you wanna, you comment. All I'm just gonna say,
But
because I don't want people to feel in any kind of way. My son, who I love very much, that is an ass. Anyway, that's put on there. He went to a private school for the first 10 years of his life. It's just the last 2 years that I put my foot down, and he's going to a public school because I think he needs that. He needs a mixture of both. But anyway, I'm a dynamic, I'm a familiarity. I mean, the thing is, for me, living in America, I wouldn't pay for a private school because I know where I'm coming from. But
okay,
I was never paying.
in Zambia.
If I was in Zambia, I would, yeah. But here, where I am, I'll never pay for public school
Okay,
for
so
my
in
child.
Zambia,
But
okay,
the thing is,
here's the thing, Wakalinda. Let me
the
just
father is
say
the
one
one who
thing.
was paying, so I'm okay with that. But now I had to put you need a big school.
Okay,
So
let me just say one thing real quick.
Let's
Let me
not,
just say one thing real quick.
yeah. Let's not demonize people that are able to pay.
No. Let me just say one thing
Even
real
in
quick.
Zambia over here, that's what I'm trying to say.
No. Let me say it this way.
Okay, go ahead.
In Zambia, in Zambia, people were given respect. If you go to a private school, you go to Lake Road, or you go to all these, international schools, they gave you that respect in the neighborhood, right? Now, here's the thing. I had most friends, they were Lake Road and stuff, Nakuma and all that stuff. But at the end of the day,
21.
when it comes to graduating or to pass some exams, they didn't pass. But they went to all these beautiful schools. Okay? If it were for public schools, government schools, to pass. But my friends, they were not bad. So the money was wasted. Okay, the parents took them, say, go to a private school, go to Lake Road, go to Nkwazi, go to all these things. But one time, I think after time, what do you pass away? Is it? But your government, you're just going to a government school. What pass?
Remember, you are talking about pre-PF era.
Moment. So that's why I'm saying, like, look, it doesn't really matter, like, in terms of when it comes to whether it's I think the most important thing is public schools should be actually promoted, because all we need is to bring in new ideas, like I was saying, new people with new ideas, change the curriculum, so that our children can learn modern, skills in terms of mathematics, computer, and everything else. Okay, because everything, like, if you go to a private school, they're learning that, but are they really learning it, or they're just passing time? You see, you'll find that somebody goes to a Banani or whatever. There's everything there. They got computer, programs. They got all this stuff. But when they come out of that, at the end of the year, they can't apply themselves. But somebody will come from a public school with nothing, no computer, no nothing. But that person will know more than somebody went to Banana.
I mean, I was speaking. I went to a Catholic. I went to both the government school. I went to a Catholic school. I believe
Bakazia, I got you.
Can we move on, please?
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on.
But deep thinker has something to say about Bakadi. How do you stop the deep thinker from commenting?
May I please comment?
No, here's what I'm going to tell him, Bakazia. Deep thinker. He will understand that.
No. Because the issue of education, I think is more complex than we're discussing here.
Do you realize, deep thinker? We've been talking on this issue for 2 hours. But go ahead.
Because it's the basis of everything we do. So we're talking about private schools, and I'm listening very carefully. But Doc said that was pre-PF era. If you look at Kaunda's education system, Kaunda sent a lot of people out of the country to get an education, whether we like it or not. He did. And then when he got a lot of people trained and qualified, he tried to train people within the country, and he started going left. The people we're talking about that manage the economy in the earlier years, those are the people that were sent out of the country. We have not developed our own education to the standard that we want. And Bakazia, what he's saying is that we all agree that the UPND is doing a great job, including every child in the education system. But what he's saying, as long as it's done right. Now, done right, for me, is another phase for another time. For right now, we're just concentrating on getting every child to school. But we're not going to sit there, because if we sit there, then we're just babysitting kids that are not getting the skills that they need for the economy that we are developing. That's what Bakazia is saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bakazia.
But deep think I will not even add anything. I just adopt what you have said and no further comments.
So how about seeing as this conversation on free education is bringing so much emotions among us? How about this? For right now, let's put a bubble to it, and I'm gonna work toward bringing the Minister of Education to come and address us on this forum. And I expect that when I make that announcement, when the desk works with everybody out here will be out here to talk, just in the same emotional stance that you've taken today, that on the day the Minister of Education is here, we go all out on that. Shall we agree to disagree, or in Tonga we say, Gatudia Bonsima? Who is with me on that?
Okay.
Gatudia Bonsima. So shall we then? I don't know. Let's see. We wind up on this topic before we go to the rant.
We are running out now.
No. We have one more topic before we go to the rant, because I realize people on this forum they like to have their rant at the end. So shall we talk about the new steel plant that is opened? But actually, maybe lay the topic for us, the new steel plant. Again, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for one of the biggest developments that we've seen in the week, of course, we're looking at a steel plant that was commissioned this week.
Please mute your phone.
Yeah, so I mean, it's something that's huge for Zambia as a country, because we're always talking about industrialization, and we want the Zambian government to industrialize ourselves. Most of these companies, and steel is one thing. We all know that Zambia has had steel for a long time. Like it's not a hidden secret. One of my old professors, some years back, he told me, like, look, we used to import steel from Zambia, okay, and then all of a sudden, the steel industry went dead. Okay, now we're saying, look, there's no way we cannot have a steel plant in Zambia. Why not? We got steel. Why don't we have a plant? And in terms of that, we can start now thinking about exporting steel from different countries that need it, especially Canada. Canada imports a lot of steel. Okay, now that's just one country. China, they want to grab everything. They want everything. And this plant actually is is a China-Zambia collaboration. Out of all these trips that the president has been moving, going, they realized this to say, look, we need to forge ahead and build a plant. And it only took them like what, 10 months? 10 months, and the steel plant is up. People are being employed, and there's going to be steel production. This is what we need right now. Like I say, in the 21st century, we need, if we're going to move forward in the industrialization revolution that the current president is talking about, we need things like steel, copper, gold, diamond, everything, oil, everything. And it's believed, like in the northwestern province, there's some rumors of oil being found. So it's just a tip of an iceberg. And that's why we're seeing all these insurgents from all these old politicians that left. They want to come back because they're not, oh, he has laid the foundation for us. Let's go and grab and steal now. No. Let the president work. The Zambian people want, a president that can work. We don't need anybody else that can come and confuse the Zambian people and the Zambian masses. So the steel plant is open. It's been commissioned. I think it's a brilliant thing. I don't know what everybody's thinking, but to me, I think it's a plus, and it adds that additional, layer into the production and economic system that we need as Zambia. I submit.
Can I come in, please?
Go ahead.
The moderator is left.
She must have left. Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, that's very, very true. What you've said is very, very true. I have a friend of mine who is a geologist in Congo, but he's Zambian, but he works in Congo. But he tells me that in Zambia, we've always had the main iron ore is basically that red, reddish, yellowish rock that we see lying around. Any rock that you see that's yellowish in Zambia, that yellowish means that's it has a lot of iron content. And it tells me that there are three main contents. Those rocks that we see that are yellowish looking, and then coal and limestone. Those are the three things you need. And all these three things are very, very much abundant in Zambia. We have that rock, we have ore, iron ore, those red rocks, they call them. And then we have coal, Gomamba, and then we have limestone around Lusaka and all these other areas. So we have all the ingredients. Why not making steel? So it's true, it has been high time. I know we had Shonga Steel and all these companies before, and then Chagwa sold them. That's another day, another story for the other day. But yeah, it's the right thing to do for the country. Steel is the what do they call it? The engineers. The steel is the basis for industrialization. So you can't build anything without steel. So very, very good thing for our president to put that as one of his priorities. And yes, within 3 years, this is a brand new plant. It's from zero. Okay, it wasn't existing before. It's a brand new plant. This is great news for the country. Thank you.
All right then. Okay, before we go to the next comment, I just have to read Alice Avange's comment. And
Hello.
yeah. But because before you come in, let me read in Alice Vange's comment here, because we have to be interactive. Now my social media handles we have now. So she says, I'm sure by January 2025, there's a new curriculum. I guess she's talking about still the education policy, because they're coming with the new still.
Are we back with education?
Yeah, no, we're not going back. I just needed to read her comment because we've moved on before I read her comment. So because they're coming with the new plans.
I think it's a good process that has happened. It's a good one because this is the second one after the Kakure steel plant. You know, the Kakure steel plant, which is in the opposite Kakure nitrogen chemicals, and this is a good one, which is it is adding to the one that is already existing, which was opened by the PF, and the UPND has also opened this one. So it is really good. I think it's good development because you know the basis for any kind of industry is steel industry. So if we can make sure that this becomes the second one and starts to satisfy our requirements, it will be good. So I think it's a good progress that the country has recorded.
All right, who's next?
Bamaja going, I'll go.
All right, Ramaja.
I'll go first.
Steel is an indicator of economic growth. When you find countries that are thinking of having steel mines, they have a way in which they are sure that the economy will grow. So to have a company of that big thing, it's in the positive direction. It will contribute big time to the GDP. The rate of our exports, what we can export, and just generally how we shall be looked at. We shall no longer be copper dependent. The exports are going to change in some form. We shall also export steel for once.
Right.
Diversification.
Right.
Which was started by the PF in the form of Trade King's mine, but now the current government has made extra strides to have it doubled. And the Trade King's mine, where there's the steel being mined there, they are not doing it seriously. Now that they have a competitor, yes, they will certainly wake up and do their best. And by the way, this thing of iron and steel, maybe it will help the pilferage. It will reduce the pilferage of scrap metal, where you have even road signs. Road signs being taken to go and melt so that it becomes some form of steel. It was very inconveniencing. You even go maybe to graveyards, find people have stolen a plaque that you had left there. Scrap metal business. Yes, it's okay, but it's not doing us any good. Maybe with the mines coming in to do the actual steel, we'll get to some level. Thank you.
Right, who's next?
So good looking out for our children and our grandchildren, because these developments, steel mines and all that, their future jobs coming through there. And like Vamaja has said, these scrap metal business, probably they will run out of business because we'll have our own steel in we'll have an abundance of steel for use and for export. So hopefully they will kill the scrap metal theft business, because now they can go and get the scrap metal somewhere. Hopefully it will be cheap for a common person, because this economy should cater for a common person, that people that are struggling. That's what the governments are for. I yield.
And the cost of living, the cost of building will be much lower.
Okay, next. Who is next? Bakazia.
Because he has already talked.
Okay. Back to the I mean, I know you laid down.
There are two chandas. The next chanda.
Yeah, back to the I know he's already talked. Yeah, but that. You back to the You come on. Do what you need to do.
Yeah, well, my rant this week is I don't think
What's Kuranti? I thought we are.
I think we are done with this still.
All right, yeah.
Because I'm the one that talked first.
All right, and now I see how you guys don't recognize any of my thoughts. You are just like the American voter, but let's not go there. How my thoughts are never regarded on this podcast. I'm just. Let's not go there. We're not going to talk about the American for me, I'm not going to talk about the American politics. I did vote for Mutinta. Mutinta didn't go through, but we're not going to go there. So I guess let's go right into the rant. And Rachilufia is ready to talk about the rant. And for the first time, I have a whole load of rants going on through my head. Rachilufia, and then after Rachilufia wants to go next.
Yeah,
I want to go next.
Oh.
Okay, then we're gonna have Doc, Liswaniso, and after that, Doc wants to go next.
I'll go next.
Doc, Deep Thinker. After that, wants to go next.
Mr. Mata.
Mr. Marcha. After that, it will be like Azia. So Rachilufia.
I'll be the last one.
Oh yeah. And I'll be the last one. Let's go with Rachilufia with his rant for the week.
Yeah. Since you brought up politics, talking about the American, what happened this week, last week, and the reasons why people voted the way they voted. Before we go into that or dive into that, I think we also need to look at our own politics in Africa. Looking at Botswana, what happened in Botswana, it's something unique, and also in Namibia, which is something also unique. We saw a president in Namibia, especially, he said, like, look, I'm not going to, despite having their constitution having on his side to stand, he said, this is going to be my retirement. I don't need to come and stand again. Okay, that's how selfless certain leaders are. Compared to other people that just want to grab power all the time. Look, somebody has served more than 7 years. You've served twice. You've been elected twice, and you still want to come back to do what? Anyway, that's a story of another day. But I'm saying, look, let's take a leaf from the Namibian, government and the leaders there, Botswana, and Zambia has been a beacon and the leader of democracy in Africa. We've been there, and most of these countries have been actually learning from us. Okay, now if we're going to allow certain leaders to come back, then we're going to now be a country that people will not trust anymore. Just look at the investment that is coming in, European Union, the Americas, everywhere. People are now coming back. All these beautiful organizations are saying, want to come back to Zambia and support Zambia. Why? Because the leadership, there's that investor confidence that's being built or brought back in Zambia. Investor confidence. And it all comes back if you have a leader that's on point, a leader that knows what they're doing. Not a leader they don't know what today they say one thing, tomorrow they say one thing. They don't even know whether today is a Monday or Sunday. So so that's why us Zambians, we need to defend this democracy that we have. Let's take it as an egg and defend it. Because if we don't defend it, I'm telling you, Zambia will be a story be like, oh, it was Zambia wars. No. We don't want the wars. We need it to be where we are right now, and in fact, progress. Okay, let's progress, because we need to look at the future. Like everything that all these leaders are doing, we need to be looking at what are we going to be in the next 50 years? How will
Right.
So
Right.
that's my contribution. I don't know if everybody else.
All right. So I guess before we go to the next one, shall I just ask the panelists here to show your faces as you speak your rant? So who is the next after Bachu? Show your face and then next. Dark. Anyone hearing my dog speak? Or it's just me? Have you unmuted yourself, dog?
I'm hearing him.
You are here. I can't hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
right
I
now I
can
can now. We need to see your picture.
You need to see my picture. I have a picture. In the picture. Why do you want to see my ugly face?
Because you know you are handsome. Just
You already know my ugly face.
No, the viewers don't. Show your face before you do your rant.
I'm gonna put a hat on so that I disguise myself. Yeah. Okay, I'm a very important person. There we go. There we go. Anyway, my rant is not a rant really. It's an awareness of people around my country, Zambia, which I love so much. Zambia is becoming great again. That's what I want to say. I want to borrow from Donald Trump.
Oh, my head
yes,
yes.
That's something I can borrow from Donald Trump. Zambia is becoming great again. I have reasons to say this. Number one, we see a lot of economic revival of industries, mines, industries like steel, coming up, and CDF. My cousin is in the village. I tell Chanda every time I talk to him. My cousin is in the village in there, Shikatende, you know. I have a cousin there.
Really? Which one? I think I find him. I was in Shikatende a few months ago.
I have my cousin there. My father has a land there, and he keeps our land there.
What's your cousin's name? Because you know Shikatende is dear to my heart.
Meguta. His name is Meguta.
I have to ask my peeps because I'm going back home anyway. Why?
So this boy tells me that for the first time, he feels he's got the power to handle money for the government and decide what he wants to use it in his village. They have decided to sink boreholes in their communities. They have empowered them to decide where to sink the boreholes. Where do you want your boreholes to be? In that village, there and there. They have built the headmasters' schools and homes and stuff like that. So to me, Zambia is getting great again because you are empowering our people. That's the truth. I feel very proud. Secondly, embassies are opening. They're coming back to Zambia. Did you know that? Canadian embassy. We used to go, I'm Canadian here in Canada. We used to go to Zimbabwe and Tanzania to go and get our papers done. Canadian embassy is opening back. Is coming back to Lusaka. You see,
I need to talk to the former. I have some friends at the Canadian.
Yes, the Canadian embassy is reopening. Is coming back to Zambia because of, Canada has realized they now have good leadership. They can trust this leadership, and it makes me proud as Canadian Zambian now to have what I call second home just there in the backyard in Lusaka. When I go back home, I'll just go to the embassy and say, hey, I'm doing this and that, other than me calling Zimbabwe and Tanzania and about this type of stuff. So this is very, very good. I think when something nice is happening, when the president is doing something nice, let's give a credit. It's not good to criticize everything that the government is doing just because the price of minimum is not $50, 50 kwacha. Because that's what PF sympathizers do. They insist talking about 50 kwacha millimil. Oh, 50 kwacha millimil, 50 kwacha millimil, 50 kwacha millimil. And yet the president has done 100 other things. They don't want to talk about those. 50 kwacha millimil will come. Let's wait for the rains to come. I'm told it started raining already. So let's hope the farmers are gonna grow maize, and then everybody will have adequate food for the next year or so. So let's just wait and see. But I'm very, very proud that greatness is finally coming back to Zambia. Thank you.
Right. Who's next?
I am.
Oh, Doc. Another Doc, deep thinker.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to.
No. Before you come in, Doc, let me just say that.
Why are you drinking orange juice?
Because I have to. Doc, deep thinker, he's a man who never wants to acknowledge what he has achieved. This is the first time. I mean, I have to tell everybody he's a doctor also. This is a man who taught me the little maths that I know. Back in the day. I got whatever. I know I got my maths grade in grade 12 because of him. So I have to give him his flowers, but give me a break. I mean, we grew up together. He's a friend. He's my brother. He's my everything. But I have to let the world know he's a dog. I know he doesn't want him. He doesn't want people to know that, but he's a dog. Go ahead, dog. Deep thinker.
No, nobody calls me a dog, by the way.
I know, but you're a dog. Yeah. Go ahead, dog.
So I'm going to diversify here. I'm going to talk about civil society. I need African countries, Zambia included, to strengthen that civil society. I was thinking sometime this week. I was thinking hard on some of my friends that started some organizations speaking up for people, standing up for the Constitution, and then those guys that I went to UNZA with that started those things, they have all been approached by governments, whether it was MMD, PF, and some of them are in UPND right now. And that has, in my opinion, has weakened the work of civil society. So I don't know if there is a way we can protect that civil society, because that's a powerful tool in any country to make sure that the rule of law is followed. That's my contribution. Let's revisit and make sure that we strengthen that part of our space in our country.
You done, Doc?
The money.
You done? That's your rant for this week.
Maybe forgot about us not failing to beat.
No, I can jump into education again if you want.
No. It's my turn.
Oh, please, Juaniso, don't go there.
It's not failing to beat Chelsea.
Don't go there. Nobody's talking about sports this week or Donald Trump.
It's my
turn. Who is next? Who is next?
It's me.
You want me to talk about education instead?
No.
Raja, come in with your rant.
My rant is directed towards those people that are in denial.
Show your
Africa
face.
Show your Don't go deep think I didn't show your face. Dr. Rama said, show your face. That was my request.
Here's my face.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my face. What we are saying is the leaders in Africa, they need to leave the denial stage. After losing an election, they must come out on the first day. Yes, we've lost, and we are smoothly handing over power. There's nothing like making so much noise. This noise even takes away the time for development. They start politicking, talking. Others even have binoculars. What? At time, you disturb those that are in power. Give them chance to rule because they have a mandate from the people. Through the election, you were not chosen to be the leaders. So why bother those that have been given mandates? African leaders, especially Zambian leaders, a party called PF, they must learn something. Every day talking, you up against government. Yes, we have to provide opposition. A shadow resembles the image. Shadow and object relationship. But them, they want to just be something bigger than the object. Come on. We can't go on like that. I yield.
Back us here. Our beloved
Now,
President PS.
yeah, I can show my face. Yes, I know. But
Yeah,
right
show
now,
your face,
I'm on the road driving. So
who cares? I was on the road driving when I was coming.
you can see that I am on the road. So
yes,
yeah. Now my rant is very, very easy today. One of the things that I have to tell the Zambian people is that nobody has a right to stop you from doing what you want to do so long it is within the law. If the law says in line with the wishes of the people, no one can cut you up and say, oh, because you are supporting this or because you have been former president.
He's opening up the Pandora box.
It doesn't work that way. And it will start saying that some people have the monopoly of leadership and politics. It doesn't work that way. It has been proved before. So whether they contradict you or whether they come after you, if you're in government, have a big heart. Listen. They have a right to tell you because they pay you. When people kneel down for elections and they kneel down for votes, they kneel down for what
Are you looking at the deep thinker's face as you?
No, I'm not looking at the deep thinker's face. Because the deep thinker always has very sensible things to say. And the deep thinker always says things
Who doesn't have sensible things to say?
I'm telling you, because you see, let's work on the civil society voice.
Look at the deep thinker's face.
People were ranting here.
Oh, yeah, it's your rant. It's your time. It's your time.
It's my rant to correct the wrongs that people think that
it's your time.
Therefore, they should not talk about what is currently going on. They have a right to talk about it. The cost of living is not being very friendly to an average Zambian. The government needs to work on that and fix that economy. To come and just start praising people anyhow, no. The praise singers, some of you who are in this forum, you become the worst enemies of the president himself. Instead of telling him that things are not good, people are suffering, we want to praise him because I don't know what we want out of it.
Why are you looking at Mr. Macha's face?
I'm looking at Mr. Macha's face now.
Oh, the way from Kibuyunji.
We must desist. When Zambians complain, whether you like it them or not, whether it's PF or not, and this country is not just about PF and UPND. There are other people that don't belong to these two camps, who must be heard, who must be respected, whose views matter. It's like now we've reduced this country to PF and UPND.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, if it is what it is, then we must be ready to get bashed about what is coming up. You in the government, you must receive bashing on the things that you have said, the promises that you have done which you have not fulfilled. You must be reminded, and you'll be reminded constantly. Whether by the UKA, Tonse, and everyone else, they will hold you accountable for things that you have said. Yours is to listen and deliver. Deliver and unite the country. That is what we are waiting for you to do.
So, look at the deep thinker's face in conclusion.
In the conclusion, I still go back to the deep thinker and I adopt what I said. the role of civil society needs to be strengthened so that the political players can be held accountable. But we only hope the government now will not go after civil society and start gagging them up. We need that alternative voice to the wishes of the people. UPND fix the cost. It is hurting the people, and that is what will be a problem going forward. Fix it.
Thank you.
I have rented.
Bachilufia. Bachilufia. Chanda Chilufia.
Yeah. I don't know what
What is
else
your face, Bachilufia? Naimwe, you are in the niche, Naimwe.
I don't know what else you want me to say.
Video, show your face, show your face.
He was the first one to come.
Yeah, but I don't know what else you want me to say. I was the first one to comment on everything.
He was the first one to come. Now what's
I don't think that's orange juice now. I don't think that's orange juice.
What?
So I don't know. You want me? What do you want me to? I've talked about everything.
Pineapple juice.
No, pineapple. Okay. No, I mean, an overall, if you look at just overall, overall comments, what we can say is like, look, Amwina Zambia now change the number, and we cannot compare to say it because Donald Trump came. Then I also can come back. No.
There's nothing wrong.
Napipusana sana. Pyapusana sana.
Moderator, do you want to go through that again?
Okay, withdraw. Yes,
if we want to operate again, we start discussing that again.
Just do your rant.
No,
everyone is finished.
Yes,
everyone is finished.
No, I'm not done. I haven't said anything.
Yes. Okay,
let Bachilufia speak his mind, please.
He's already spoken, Bachela.
No, he hasn't done. He's done his rant.
We ranted for 2 hours.
No. Leave it. Let me talk. Let him, Bachilufia. Come in with your rant, Bachilufia.
We want to acquire. If you have a politics, it's good and bad, and sometimes we need to dive into our souls and really look at it, because Mwalasanga Tabantu, whatever misled by certain individuals and certain people and certain politicians that don't deserve to be at the helm of power. Now, if you're going to leave each into each, they don't even deserve to be there. But doing a disservice to our country. All right. So what we need to do is start cleaning up the system. That don't deserve to be where they are. Okay? Because some people are there because of favoritism, or because they were supporting a certain cause. But in their mind and in their heart, they've got no love for Zambia. So what we need is we need to bring back that love. Yeah, but if I'm doing something, I need to do it out of love. Right? Same thing, even if you look at, for example, it's just looking at outside the box. The KK11, the football team, we used to win number matches because the players were playing for the love of the game, right? They would not say because they were just playing because they loved the sport and they loved the country. That's where we need to go back. We need to go back to that system. You're just doing something just because you love it. And that's where we're going to have all these engineers coming up and all these people that will come up and bring up brilliant ideas, because nobody is going to laugh at you if you bring up a brilliant idea. Okay, and nobody's going to say because you're not aligned or attached to one political party, and then nobody's going to hear you. Okay, but because of the love of the country, trades schools that are coming up now, mushrooming everywhere. Trade schools were in the counter system. They were closed up in the MMD era, and they became business schools. Now we're bringing back those trade schools to become trade schools. All we need to do now is start now bringing machinery in those trade schools to modernize them. Okay, so that I want to, when they're going to a trade school, at least they're learning latest technologies, latest information. If it's they're teaching him how to do something, they've got the latest machinery. Okay, so that's where we need to be going. We want to acquire. I'm not going to say much. That's my rant. Thank you very much.
May I just make a comment, if I may, Madam Moderator? May I make a comment? No, may I make a comment on Chanda?
Since when? Okay,
Just one comment,
seconds. Go ahead.
Because so that we're not divided here. I just wanted to clarity on love for the country, because that I just need clarity on that.
Is that directed to me?
Yes, sir. Love for the country, because
okay.
Did Bowman love
So,
the country?
So for the love of the country, it's when you want to do something just out of your heart. Okay, you don't need somebody to push you to do something. You don't need somebody to tell you to do something. You just wake up in the morning to say, "I'm going to do this," because you've got that heart of the country. Just like like you educate, our educators, our teachers, our professors, and everybody. It's more like it's a service. Like you're not there because you think I'm going to be rich, right?
Yeah.
You're there because you want to put a service, okay? And they want to give somebody some information, pass on some sort of information or knowledge that you have acquired through the years. So that's the love that we're talking about.
So,
right.
So love
Are we
in that
supposed to be
context
questioning people's rant?
Love in that context is the sacrifices you make for your country.
Yes.
Okay.
Are we supposed to be okay? All right. Now to my rant. Yeah? To my rant.
Madam Moderator.
Forever. Whatever the weather. Think how
How would you sing that song when you failed to beat Chelsea?
All right, that was my rant. North London forever. Whatever the weather. Okay. Let me go back to the rant.
You failed to beat Chelsea. Talk about that.
North London forever. Whatever the weather. All right, just me trying to drown out the dark Lisanisa's question. But
can I move a motion?
Yeah. Oh, I haven't even.
And Saka is out for the next 1 month. Saka is out. Two of the main players are out. So you are heading for losses.
May I move a motion?
Manchester Gawawina Kolesi Mafia.
Wakazia.
Oh my
Wakazia. May I move a motion, Wakazia?
Yes, you must.
Manchester Gawawina. Yeah.
Yeah, but we not correct.
My God.
Every time I hear the old school talk about the good old days, every time I watch the football, another room with the lads. See a oyster selling clobber or a dealer shotting bags. It's in the single mother's juggling, a baby in the job, in every single brother struggling, but wound up in the dark. It's in the roots and the foundations, still clinging to the land. It's in the bricks that build the moorland. And compliments still stand. It's in my family and my friends, in every ground and every bed.
I'm done.
Wakazia, may I move a motion, Wakazia?
What's your motion?
I need Wakazia's permission.
What deep think I have the permission, what deep think?
Oh, okay. I think the chair and the vice should not do any rants.
What the hell? I mean, we're allowed you to do your
I definitely agree with you.
Oh, no, anyway, okay. I think I'm having too much
the
fun.
motion is seconded.
I was just having too much fun over here. Shall we end tonight's
What's
show?
the reason why?
Shall we say?
When you're moderating, you're not allowed to rant.
I haven't. All I said was I was just pledging. No, London forever.
I thought the rant was for everybody.
Whatever
that's why we're moving
weather. No, that's all I needed to do for my rant. I didn't say you guys spoke. Come on now. I usually give.
You see, Bamaja left. The dog left.
Because of my rant.
Exactly.
after they spoke their rant. I mean, I have to say, no, forever. Whatever the weather. Anyway, let's end.
Me and Wakazia, we are Manchester United. We are
now because I'm driving.
But I am trying to end the show on a positive note. Anyway, everybody, thank you for joining us tonight. We had a great time. Until next Sunday. What's the word for it? Keep the faith. It's been a wonderful.
Keep the faith.
Yeah. Keep the faith. Keep the faith.
Thank you.